Welcome everyone. I'll call the meeting to order at 6:01 p.m. I'd like to humbly acknowledge the land in which you live, learn, work, and play is Treaty 8 territory, traditional lands of Cree and Dene, and unceded territory of the Métis. For the record, we have Councillor McGrath online, and for voting purposes, Councillor McGrath, you just have your camera on when for voting purposes. Before we adopt the agenda, is there anyone wishing to serve a notice of motion? Not seeing anyone. Can I have someone make the motion to adopt the agenda as presented? Councillor Weigel.
I move that the agenda be adopted as presented.
Thank you. I'm second that motion. Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any amendments to the agenda? Not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to consent agenda. Does anyone wish to remove any items from the consent agenda? Not seeing any. Can I have someone make that motion? Councillor Grandison.
I move that recommendations contained in item 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, and 3.5 be approved.
Thank you. Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. And a call for a vote. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Now here on the report on Draper Voluntary Buyout Program. I'd like to invite Kelly Hansen, Director of Strategic Planning and Program Management via MS Teams, please. And Bryn Armstrong, Plan Development, and Chris Davis, Senior Manager, Legal Services, introduce the report, please.
Good evening. Thanks so much. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kelly Hansen, Director of Strategic Planning and Program Management. I'm here this evening with my colleagues, Bryn Armstrong, Manager of Land Administration and Planning and Development, and we're also joined this evening by Chris Davis, Senior Manager of Legal Services. Tonight, we will be making a presentation to Council related to the community of Draper and the proposed voluntary buyout program. To help set the stage for conversation this evening, we'll provide a summary of the recent history and background of how we've gotten here, as well as an overview of the appraisals that were completed and administration's recommendations and rationale regarding the program. Following that, we'll then review some of the program's details, including the proposed program implementation process and alternatives and associated cost implications. On January 23rd, 2023, Council passed a motion that flood accommodation be approved as a flood mitigation option for the community of Draper and directed administration to return on March 14th with a possible voluntary buyout option. On March 14th, administration presented the proposed voluntary buyout options, and at that time, Council directed that appraisals be conducted on all properties interested and eligible for the proposed buyout program and report back. Today, we're here to provide Council with a progress update, which includes the information that was requested on March 14th. I'll now hand it over to Bryn, who will walk through an overview of the appraisal process.
Thank you, Kelly. Through a request for a proposal public process, administration retained a local appraisal firm, Shallifer, Dene and Associates, to conduct appraisals for interested and assumed eligible properties. Appraisals were completed for the purpose of providing Council with property valuations. These appraisals are based on existing use and conditions of the home and property, example, interior and exterior. Lastly, these appraisals assume that all structures on properties are compliant. As outlined on the slide, a total of 19 properties were identified as eligible for the appraisal process. A total of 17 appraisals were conducted, with one property owner not coordinating an appraisal and one residence being constructed on 2 properties. It was further determined that one property was determined to not have a dwelling. To ensure that property owners were aware of the proposed program and the appraisal process, administration relied on direct and indirect communication via email, phone calls, letters, newsletters, information on the RMWB website, and property visits. 2 open houses have taken place since March 14th, where property owners could ask questions about the program and administration could provide progress updates. A dedicated email, Draper Flood Support at rmwb.ca, continues to provide residents with a single point of contact for inquiries and is monitored by multiple staff to help ensure a timely response to all inquiries. Throughout the appraisal process, administration has been available to meet with property owners in a way that suits individual needs in a one-on-one or group setting. Administration also sent property owners a memo that outlines the various assessed values and the current appraised value for their property, and they are able to view the appraisal report specific to their property in an RMWB office. I will now pass over things back to Kelly to present the recommendations.
Today, administration is recommending that the municipality proceed on the path of voluntary buyout program and provide a value for the proposed buyout of eligible properties at the highest value of either the 2023 appraised value or highest assessed property value between the years of 2020 to 2023. This equates to further conversation and consultation with Draper property owners. Should council agree with the recommended approach, administration would then return to council by September 26, 2023, with the total number of interested property owners and costs associated with buying up those properties. Those costs would include items such as security, fencing, as well as the removal. Lastly, we're proposing that council accept the process diagram, Draper Voluntary Buyout Program. Understanding and being aligned on the program's intent is important as it will help guide administration's actions if the program has been approved by council and the implementation phases begin. The rationale for today's recommendation is that if approved, the highest of either the 2023 appraised value or the highest assessed property value between 2020 and 2023 will complement the flood accommodation approach, which is aligned with other levels of government's response to natural disasters, provide property owners with clarity on process and proposed values, allow property owners with dwellings below 250.9 meters or less in Draper the opportunity for risk reduction by leaving the area and presenting an option that may increase uptake in the program, providing council with the increased visibility related to the overall cost, and allows for the balance of immediate known costs to those of future unknown costs. The process diagram has been created to allow for shared understanding of the proposed process and clearly identify decision points and actions required to support next steps. Adjustment of the valuation to market value while taking this approach outlined and providing the process diagram. Option 1 contemplates adjusting the valuation recommendation for the voluntary buyout and adjust valuation from the highest value, either the 2023 appraised value or the highest assessed property value between the years of 2020 to 2023 to market value. Option 2 would authorize an immediate voluntary buyout program with the desired value to be determined by council, either the highest or market value or other. Option 2 contemplates a direct and immediate voluntary buyout program, bypassing the recommended approach, which was outlined in the diagram, with the desired value, whether it be the highest market value or a value of council's decision. Option 3, also being presented this evening, is to choose not to offer voluntary buyout. The highest value option is recommended by administration, and the value of this option is $16,413,010. If all properties were to choose the voluntary buyout, it is not reflective of the costs associated with once those properties would be procured. Alternatively, market value with the 2023 appraised value would be $12,705,000. The total value noted in this table is reflective of the maximum purchase cost if all property owners selected the proposed voluntary buyout program And again, this table only reflects the highest assessed property values and does not include the overall costs associated, such as security, fencing, removal, and conveyance. Thank you. We'd welcome any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Any questions from council? Councilor Dogar?
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. It's a very good presentation, and I know administration is doing a lot on it. I attended few of the meetings, community gatherings, and about 4 or 5, and particularly in Draper and Pettigan. And every time the representatives of the municipality were there to listen the problem and solve it. I appreciate it. Now my first question is, are you treating the Draper problem on the equal to or on the similar footing like of Pettigan trailers, or a different yardstick is the same or the different?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, thank you for the question. While the two are different, we've done our best to use a consistent approach, but they are different. The work that was completed within Ptarmigan Court was supported by other levels of government. At this time, we have no other levels of government supporting the conversations or potential consideration of buyouts or supports for the community of Draper. What you're seeing this evening with the assessed value or with the assessed values is consistent with having those values used in Ptarmigan Court. The appraised values is something new that's being introduced to the conversation with Draper. So I would say we're doing our best to provide an equitable solution, but we're not able to provide an equal or exact replica based on the different community structures, based on where the government of Alberta is sitting or not sitting with this approach currently.
Thank you. My next question is that one of the options to buy out, once it is bought out, and that place slot is unattended. It has its own problems also. Neighborhood gets dirty, some garbage thrown, or some soil is also taken away. I hope we are taking this thing into consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar, through the chair. I will say we absolutely have consideration for what the impact on the community is, and the feedback from community members has been quite helpful, to be honest. They're an involved community. They attend the working sessions. They provide us with feedback, and we're doing our best to gather that information and understand how they'd like the community to look as things move forward with or without a voluntary buyout. What you're seeing presented this evening is not reflective of the entire community. So we continue to have residents who reside in the area, who call it home, who are in and out of the neighborhood, and I'm certain that they would ensure that we continue to maintain appropriate standards with regards to refuse on properties and things such as that. And we would put in place a process to ensure that, once those properties were transferred, that we would provide security and ensure that they're protected as best possible while we move through and make decisions related to what the relocation or disposal.
Thank you very much. The next my question is, for the buyout, there's a difference of prices. The market price or those who paid, they do not want to go in loss of hundreds of thousands. That is, we have to see it. Mostly the meeting which I attended, they had the point that our price which were given to us, that is too less than what we paid. So we have to be very, very critical about it. We must have to satisfy them. You must be taking care of it. My next point in this is that those trailers which you are bringing it up from the ground level to protect it from flood. So their durability, their life, their suitability, everything would be affected. It is just like that old man, he falls from somewhere and goes up, his every limb would be in a bad shape. So they should also, after doing...
Sorry, Councilor Dover, we'll debate after, but is there a question? Do you have a question there?
Yeah, question, are you considering it? That when you are raising it, then you would have also to give some compensation for that.
That's not in the voluntary buyout. That'd be a different.
No,
part.
that is not buyout. That
Right,
is
that's
second
what I'm saying.
compensation.
That's in the grant program. That's a different program. We're not discussing,
Okay, fine.
right now it's the buyout program we're
Okay, fine.
discussing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Thank you, Director Hansen. I appreciate all the time and work that your team has put in on this. I know that a lot's gone behind it with the engagement. This has gone on for a long time, and so I'm excited that this is going through tonight, and we'll be able to start moving forward. A couple questions. When talking with the residents, did you get the impression that they were on a timeline here? You know, when I look at the motion, I look at the way forward to be able to bring back a valuation of what the full cost is. When talking with the residents, was that the impression that you were given that's the direction they wanted to go, or are they on a tighter timeline that they wanted an answer sooner than later?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, what was presented as our recommendation was seen as quite candidly a middle ground, allowing for considering the financial amount that's being considered by council, but also recognizing the importance of residents being able to move forward. We felt that by proposing this option this evening of providing residents with a real and true value, it'll better position administration and residents to have conversations where they can definitively get to a point of saying they're interested in moving forward with a potential purchase. We would then in turn be very well positioned to come back to council on the date in September that was identified to have additional details that talked about those overall costs associated with security, fencing, those other costs that I know council has indicated it's important to understand what the total investment would look like. So that is what administration is putting forward as a recommendation this evening. What I will say is that I know that residents are ready for a decision. And so what you see as option 2 is one that would allow that opportunity for this to move in a more expedient manner. I hope that answers the question.
No, I appreciate that. And so when you're talking about the extra costs, are you talking about remediation, removal of house, all that type of stuff, the environmental, everything that's been brought up before?
Thank you, Councillor Weigel, through the chair. That is what we're looking at as that cost, total cost of purchase. So what is the municipality committing to spend? And we'll be able to provide that more definitively when we know which properties are interested in moving forward. We'd have the opportunity to sit alongside those residents and specifically plan for what the unique structure type style of their property is. And we'd have a better line of sight to provide detail to council.
I appreciate that. And so if we were just to normally buy a property, like say I went down to Draper and I wanted to buy a property, and this might be more for legal, what would be the process for that? Would we be doing all this remediation? Would we be going environmental? Would it be that long-gated of a process, or what would be the normal process in a natural real estate deal?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, Chris Davis from Legal. We proposed to proceed using a typical Alberta Real Estate Association contract. So it would be presented based on council's direction tonight. An offer would be presented using the numbers that have been agreed to or directed by council. The standard agreement will make the seller responsible for whatever's on the site. And so typically, if I was to buy from you and you were to sell to me, you would warrant that the property was free of any known environmental risk. And so it'll be important to any seller to be upfront about any environmental contaminant that they might be aware of. My experience has been that usually residential properties that are in an urban setting are far less likely to have an environmental contaminant than a rural acreage. And so, and generally the owners have a pretty good idea about what kind of environmental they may have. We don't propose to make it overly complex and go through the kind of environmental review that we might see if we were buying a commercial or industrial property. We're trying to make ideally that this would move forward on generally a conventional real estate buy and sell agreement.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Director Hansen, when you talked about middle ground, when we're talking about residents, we're talking about middle ground, it was my impression that when you talked middle ground, it was middle ground of kind of what we've talked about as a council in council chambers, what we're looking for and what the residents wanted. I would propose, and I don't want to put words into your mouth, but my understanding of your answer, what I heard was that the residents would like to move quicker and at a faster pace. But because of the questions that have come up in council, we're cautious to move forward until we have the full financial look of this. Is that how I heard that?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, I would say that's reflective of some of the feedback that we've received, and I would say that we're in a place where we'll be able to provide more detail that I believe council is looking for. If we could have conversations with residents about which value is being used, and then allow them to start to determine if you look at the process flow, it's saying, here's a value. Now as a resident, what's your interest in moving forward? Are you, yes, wanting to proceed, or no, not wanting to proceed? We'll start to better understand how many households would be interested, and then we can move forward with providing that additional detail to council. But in short, I've heard loud and clear residents are looking for a decision in order to allow them to proceed and move forward, and administration is happy to support that once we're able to define what that next path and next step looks like.
Thank you. Hypothetically, if we went with option 2 to authorize an immediate voluntary buyout, and we say hypothetically chose the highest value of the assessment, and either the assessment or the appraisal, whatever the highest value of that was, is it if we made that decision tonight, would it be possible to move forward?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, it absolutely would be possible to move forward. If that decision was taken, we'd be in a position to start having conversations with residents nearly immediately. I don't want to overspeak for my colleagues, but I would suggest we'd be prepared to start having conversations next week. It'd be important to understand that we may, once we understand what the interest is, that may dictate how fast we can move forward. So if you're looking at 3 households that are interested versus every property being interested, we just need to make sure that we've got the resources to support that. And then once you're able to move forward with that process, you'd have administration's commitment to track those costs and then could report back to council on a regular basis so that you have understanding of what those expenditures look like.
Thank you. I know this conversation's gone a few times, so I don't know if this is a fair question, but I know when we were going back, I know this is a little bit different because it's a municipal, and this has usually been a provincial funded program when we're talking about buyouts, but in a general buyout, that was voluntary. Do we have an idea of how many people usually, just in general, would usually commit to that? Do we know that when we were benchmarking?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, I wouldn't have that information. Specifically, what I can say is based on our conversations to date with residents, we have 2 individuals that have come forward and indicated they're quite interested. Beyond that, I wouldn't have that information. I'm not certain if my colleagues Bryn or Mr. Davis would have information to add to that.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, to provide an example, in Ptarmigan we had 52 properties that were purchased out of a total of 69.
Thank you. When it comes to remediation, obviously we're not going to have exact costs until we're going through, but if we're going on a regular real estate deal and had an idea, would we have any idea at all what an average property would cost to remediate in Draper? Obviously you don't have exact numbers, but do we have a rough idea?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, if you'd give me a moment, I can pull up an example. We have some numbers from a recently remediated site within the community. I just need to pull that up unless either of my colleagues have that in front of them right now. I'd be happy to grab it and make sure I get it back to you after if there's additional questions.
Through the chair, to use up a little airtime while my colleagues getting the information, we haven't had any of the properties clearly identified as being what you would typify as a level 1 concern. So if we would typically go through different levels of environmental review to be a level 1 or phase 1, that's typically looking at the history of the site, whether it's had industrial use, any kind of indicators that suggest that maybe the use in the site has at some point in the past been used for some kind of activity, which could lead to contamination. We're not really even proposing to go through that kind of process because that's not what you would typically do in a residential real estate deal. But we'll be looking to the sellers to be forthright about the history of the parcels. But I'll turn back to my colleague, Director Hansen, to see if she's got additional information.
Thanks, Mr. Davis.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, I did look back on a recent cost associated with the demolition within the area, and that's not to say all properties would be demolished. Part of this is that this is a number that we do have available. A property that was 1,800 approximately square feet was just around 90,000 for demolition costs. That doesn't include the fencing and security. I also have estimates of what those numbers are, but that's where we start to get into what are the particulars of the properties. Other pieces that need to come into consideration is how is the property left? You know, did someone fully vacate the property? Did they leave vehicles or additional items in the home or the property? That's where we get into that opportunity to understand how each property is unique. But I can share that number with you for the purposes of conversation this evening.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I guess my last question for now, and I just want to ask it one more time. To be clear, if we have the ability tonight to make a decision to move forward right now.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, administration has put forward 3 options that you could consider. I would say currently the item that appears to be probably most pressing is understanding which value would be available so that conversations can move to that next level of clearly understanding what's being made available for residents to make a decision on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair, just to add additional information to Councillor Weigel, what Director Hansen alluded to are the intangibles and things we don't know. So if I went to a home and we discovered, for example, that there was asbestos, it takes it to another level in terms of remediation. So we just will not be able to give council any real certainty on these extraneous costs. We'll have the bigger numbers, and roughly what would the extraneous costs be? It could be about 10 to 20% of the overall numbers. So you could roughly assess and say we're looking at whatever you agree on, and then saying 10 to 20% more for these other extraneous costs, including remediation.
I appreciate that. So just so I understand, I apologize for my ignorance. If we're saying we spent the entire $16 million, we'd be looking at upwards of $3.2 million in remediation. Is that how I understand that?
No, through the chair, if it was 16 million, I'm sorry, it would be approximately 10 to 20%. So yes, you'd be looking at that 3 million, possibly.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Bussier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to the presenters, has there been any precedent set in the municipality where the municipalities purchased homes without viewing them? Because that's one of the options tonight. You're asking us to maybe purchase some homes without having looked at them.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, I would say we utilize the assessed value when looking at purchases for Ptarmigan Court, but I understand my colleague Chris Davis may have something to add to that as well.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, I don't know of a precedent where the homes have been purchased without a full and complete inspection. I know most of the appraisals we had done were what I would call bank level appraisals for mortgage purposes, which are, I look at them as a median type of appraisal. It's not the full appraisal that one would see in an expropriation or court proceeding, which generally is about 10 times the cost and does get into more details on the interior, etc. My experience with appraisals is, for the most part, appraisers will look at comparables, and they tend to be viewed on more of a macro level. They'll be looking at what were the comparable fair market sales, and they're looking for why those properties measured up similarly to the one that's being appraised. And typically, My experience is most appraisers do not put a great deal of emphasis on the interior improvements. They can be a factor, but for the most part, it may not affect the macro pricing that comes in on an appraisal. Now, sometimes there are unique characteristics of a property that might warrant additional examination. And we would have to, I think there'll be exclusions and reservations on all the appraisals from the appraisers who will comment on those factors.
Okay, through the chair to Chris or Kelly, I guess I would never buy a house without viewing it. So, and that's what we're proposing tonight, or that's one of the options, that we buy these properties. And some of them the majority of the assessed values, according to administration, we've never been inside the property. So I guess, Chris, my question is, have we had any purchases of residential properties in Fort McMurray without staff or appraisals on them? I'm not talking about Ptarmigan Park because we had provincial or federal funding. I'm just talking about simple purchases. We can use the ones in McIver that were, they may have been expropriated, so I'm just talking clear residential purchases.
Through the chair, and my colleague, Director Hansen, may have the additional information. My understanding was that some of the upper waterways properties would have been purchased, and they may or may not have been inspected. We'd have to go back and review all those files to make that determination. My own view, based on my experience of over 30 years and being involved in expropriation and appraisal work, as a lawyer, is that the interior assessments of properties are not always met out in most of the processes involving, and I've been involved in hundreds of expropriations and appraisals, and the interior is often very minimal in terms of the overall valuation. It's the market value based on similar type properties, similar type buildings. And while I totally appreciate the councillor's question about not wanting to buy a property before taking a look at it, I would suggest that how you and I would buy property may be different than normally is experienced in the assessment and appraisal process.
Okay, and certainly this isn't a time for debate, but this isn't expropriation. That's a totally different can of worms, though. This is voluntary buyout.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I would just add through the chair to Councillor Bussier, part of this is about the determination of, from an administrative recommendation, the recommendation is to consider the highest values of the two. And the rationale behind that is looking forward to, I guess, again, like as part of what we spoke about in the presentation is going, we know these to be fixed costs currently. And we also know that the costs associated after an event tend to increase. And that's the trend that we're seeing. So part of it is, and it is, we went back and forth quite a bit, is going, it's complex. It's not just $1, but it's also looking at what is the future cost associated with these and what is the opportunity for the municipality to provide an opportunity for residents to make a decision, to have that decision documented and reflected, and then understand that future events, the support from the municipality may not be able to provide or mirror this exact same type of support.
Yeah, through the chair to Kelly, but I struggle because 13 or 14 of the properties are based on an assessed value, and that means that no one was in that property.
Through the chair, Councillor Rousset, you're absolutely correct. The appraisal provides a higher level of detail and is reflective of current state. Absolutely.
Thank you, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, I was wanting to make a comment on something that Chris has indicated. In my years of real estate, I can tell you I'd have my butt sued every time if I didn't recommend a level 1 evaluation on any property that's had heavy equipment on it, period, or a diesel gas tank, period. Any of those things require a minimum a level 1 environmental. And I've lived here since 1983. I've seen a lot of equipment on a lot of different
Councillor Grandison, just at this time, just questions.
Yeah,
and
I
we
know.
can get debate.
So,
Question?
your comment, it suggested that you weren't going to put much of an emphasis on the actual wording of the contract, which is that the seller guarantees the property. So are we actually going with the contract, or are we somehow amending it?
Through the chair, to respond to the question, we were trying to look for a process that wouldn't cause additional delay, and we were looking for a process that would make these homes, as they're all zoned and approved as residential use, it would be a residential contract. So the standard area Alberta Real Estate Association contract states that the seller warrants that there are no contaminants on the property. And so it's a buyer or vendor disclosure factor that when they sign a contract accepting an offer, that they're warranting the condition of the property. And if and you rely on that warranty, so that if there is something that is on the property, that they would be then obliged to disclose it.
Okay, so if I'm hearing correct, the owners have the financial responsibility.
That's correct. And
Okay,
if
that's
it
all
was
I needed to know.
disclosed, if it was disclosed, it would obviously change the nature of the agreement.
You know, whether it's disclosed or not, if somebody finds it afterwards, the seller is still responsible.
The seller would still be liable under the contract.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Ball?
Thank you. Through the chair, I can appreciate this is obviously a difficult question to answer, but of the 17, 18 properties, how many of them are habitable? Or are there some that are not habitable right now? I think that might reflect something relative to the value of a home.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, my understanding is the majority of property owners that I've spoke with are residing in their properties. I'd have to ask P&D if they've got any line of sight if there's properties that are specifically not inhabitable at this time, if they've got line of sight on that. Otherwise, I'd be happy to go back and see what we can find out while we move through these questions.
So we don't know that they're all habitable at this point, so it's not a level playing field?
Through the chair, to respond to Councillor Ball, the policy, if approved by council, says that the property has to be the primary residence. So in the policy, it states that it's the principal dwelling that the owner occupies for the majority of the year. And so those factors would mean that would be the primary residence, i.e. dwelling, for the person who's selling the property.
So every one of these properties is currently being lived in, or would have to be lived in
I
at this
can't
time?
confirm that, but the
Would have to
Director Hansen said to well, she says she believes most are, and the policy that would be approved by council to support the program says that it must be the primary residence for the seller.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Are there any other questions from council for administration? Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to Kelly, I guess I just wanted to ask how many environmental studies or disclosures have been for each property? Has there been any at all that determines whether or not it's contaminated or not, or we're just going by what we're hearing? Is there any facts or anything like that?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, the approach that's being recommended this evening would allow for us to have those conversations. At this time, we've not had the conversations with each property owner specific to their house and their use, but those conversations would certainly take place.
Okay, I guess my next question would be in the difference, because we went through this with Ptarmigan Park, and how much consultation was done with the community on who wants to buy out or majority with the people?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, I would say there's been ongoing conversations with the community. I'm, again, exceptionally appreciative of their willingness to work with us, and their attendance to the open houses has been quite helpful. I would say at this point, again, we've had 2 individuals who've identified that they're quite interested in moving forward with a potential voluntary buyout. Others have articulated to us from January until now that they need to understand which value would be presented for them to take a household decision to determine if they're interested in moving forward. Thank you.
I guess my next question would be, what's our plan as a municipality for the people that, for the properties that are going to be vacated or possibly bought out?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, the intention would be to consider what removal of those properties would look like once we understand which properties are interested in proceeding, and then you would see a similar approach to what was discussed with Ptarmigan Court. Those parcels would no longer be made available for personal properties or personal dwellings. They would they would be essentially not available for they would become property of the municipality and would be rezoned appropriately.
I missed that. Resold?
Sorry, they would be rezoned and would be
rezoned. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Cardinal. Councilor Dogar, any question?
A little question. Have you considered the effect of the rock coming down from the mountains? There are certain houses which are also affected. People feel distressed. I hope it is in your knowledge, and that is because of the Rotary Golf course that is above their heads. My question clear, madam?
Sorry, Councilor Dogar, today we're discussing the voluntary buyout and then the flood zones over 250.9.
You know, this was one of the distress also of the people, that the slides come from the up and down from the golf course, and certain their property is D-shaped.
But what we're discussing tonight is the flood.
It is
in the flood area.
Sir. It is okay. Flood. That's what. If we are not discussing it, fine. My reply is there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Councilor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Can I get a little clarification on the appraised or 2020 to 2023 assessed value and the 2023 as appraised value? Why I'm asking this question is that some of the properties did increase significantly in value. So if you could just educate me and or others on how we arrive at that, given the way properties are all going down in this region. And it would be nice if properties are now better appreciated. I just wanted to know. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, I'd ask my colleague Bryn if she'd be comfortable responding to a portion of that, and then I'm happy to grab the other part if able.
Thanks, Kelly. Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, assessed values can fluctuate based on structures that are on there and structures that are removed, and they fluctuate based on things of that nature.
I think,
Go ahead, Chris.
yeah, thank you, and through the chair to Councillor Banjoko. While there's often a tendency to see trends, so that you would expect to see in some communities a trend year over year of either increasing or decreasing values, and often my experience has been that appraised values typically exceed the municipal assessed value. That's what I've often experienced, but that's not what we saw with some of the numbers here. And we have to accept, at least for the purposes of this exercise, that council requested that this work be done, that the same appraiser applied the same techniques to all of the houses that were appraised in the course of this report, so that you've got at least an apples to apples for all of the current appraisals. Those won't necessarily jive with our assessed values. We use something called mass appraisal when we do community-wide assessment, because there are hundreds of properties and it's done annually. And so we do have some discrepancies. They probably, if we tease them apart or had our assessment people talk about what they do, we would have some further explanation for why there might be these variances. But that's why the report has come back to say, here are your choices, council. You can pick the highest or you can pick the consistent 2023 appraisals. But you have those choices.
Okay. And the homeowners are responsible for any fund incidents or anything that might have affected the property that is not known to us. That's correct?
Through the chair, using the standard Alberta Real Estate Association contract, which is used in the community, subject in some cases to amendments, we typically expect there to be a vendor's or seller's warranty, that certain things on the property are in appropriate condition. One would be that there's no known environmental contamination. So you're correct, Councillor. If there was something that was either disclosed or subsequently discovered, there would be this vendor warranty. We also expect that there be certain compliances with municipal bylaws, but I believe we were looking for the purposes of this exercise, we're trying to get to an end result, and we're prepared to reasonably look at some flexibility on the homes, but certainly the environmental is an important disclosure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pinjoko. Are there any other questions from Council for Administration? Councilor Cardinal?
Thanks, Chairman. Through the chair to the presenters, I guess to clarify, is it 2 out of the 18 that actually want to sell their, are agreeing to the buyout at this point?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, at this time we've not provided a value at which the municipality would consider buying the properties, and so I don't believe it's reasonable at this point, according to residents, to indicate whether they're truly interested or not. What I've said is we've got 2 individuals who've indicated they have some time sensitivities around the decisions related to their properties, and they're very interested in understanding or in seeing the property move forward. I don't want to speak for them, but in general, that's what they've indicated, is there are time sensitivities, and they are indeed interested in this potential voluntary buyout.
Okay, my next question would be, I guess referring back to Ptarmigan Court, to where you have a bunch of, is it going to be similar to that, to where we're just going to have a bunch of houses if people buy out and then people want to stay, and it's just going to be scattered again? Is that what we're going, is this where we're going again?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, I wouldn't expect that you would see, I would expect that you would see decisions taken by residents individually, and so you may see a parcel here and there that's been voluntarily sold. It wouldn't necessarily look the same as Ptarmigan Court, just because of the size of the community and the placement of homes is quite different. But indeed, you would see potentially some individuals choosing to leave the community and have some patchwork, for lack of a better word, of some parcels that are no longer available for building homes on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Cardinal. Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Hansen, you talked about rezoning. If the residents were bought out, their properties would be rezoned. What would they be rezoned to?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, I would see if there's someone with planning and development that could speak to that specifically, although I know previously when we presented this, the conversation was that we'd be looking at something quite similar to Ptarmigan Court. So you'd have a zone that would be not available, some type of a naturalized space, no longer available for buildings. I'm not certain if there's someone that can give those specifics from planning and development. within the gallery.
Through the chair to respond, the same zoning that went forward with Ptarmigan a few weeks ago, it's the PR, or Parks and Recreation, so it allows for some very modest uses, but generally it's intended to be open space and undeveloped parcels.
So so in Parks and Recreation, what's the general landscape look like after that? Is it generally like grassed over? Is it left as dirt? What does that look like?
Through the chair, it's really a two-part process. One, you give it the designation, so now that gives you a legal overlay, and then physically the characteristics that will occur on the land will be subject to budget, and there will be, just like you're seeing the process in Ptarmigan, there is an incremental approach to responding to the municipal acquisition of those parcels. So you go through the motion here of making a determination about the buyout, yes or no, what value, then there's a take-up process. Once we acquire the properties, we'll get a number of them. We'll probably do a group redesignation, and then there'll have to be budget in the operating department's next year budget to pick up some of those site remediation costs.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Oh my God, I forgot the question I was going to ask. I guess I was just thinking about, I just didn't want it to be a retake of Ptarmigan Park, where I guess my next question is it going to be, I mean, does the community understand that the buyout doesn't mean they have to sell their homes? The buyout means they can still live in their community and not be indirectly forced to move, you know what I mean? Because I believe that's what, from my experience in the last Ptarmigan Park meetings we had, they were all very uncomfortable people. And, you know, they felt that they really had to, they didn't understand the process. So I really think that we need to take a real sound look at communications with the community, and let's not repeat what we did already. And I just want to say that. Is that kind of, we're going to go that way, or what's happening?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, I appreciate the comment. We also observed the feedback from those residents, and it was helpful to receive that and understand where we have opportunities to adjust our approach. What I will say is we're committed to continuing to have conversations with the community members of Draper. We are speaking with them on a one-on-one basis. We'll continue to do exactly that. Next steps would be one-to-one conversations, allowing for the opportunity for questions to be raised, for us to provide. We like to provide information in multiple ways, so we like to speak it, hand it out in hard copy, and then allow for people to walk away and come back and have questions later. But absolutely, we observed the feedback from residents recently, and we will make adjustments to do our best to make sure that residents understand and are informed of the processes. It is complex and it takes a number of years. It's very much an emotional process, and so we'll continue to sit along residents in the most respectful manner possible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My point is that such problems need political solutions also. And I know administration is very vibrant to solve the problem. I would recommend you, and the local councillor is already doing, I've seen him in the meetings. I would also recommend you to bring mayor and councillors also, deputy mayor also, to convince the people.
Sorry,
that is a
Councillor
better
Dogar?
way. Thank you.
Yeah, just right now for questions, and we'll get into debate.
So that's
after.
the question I've given him. She invited or not? She should invite.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, the community open houses, I believe, are added within councillors' calendars, and we will be certain to ensure that that's circulated more directly. If that's not been the case, I'm happy to take that away and confirm that we've been doing exactly that. We certainly value council participation and opportunity for community members to connect.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Councillor Bussier?
Through the chair to Chris. And it's further to Councillor Granison. So you mentioned about using the standard purchase contract. So let's say that all sellers warrant, or the sellers that take the voluntary buyout, there's contamination discovered when we go in to do our work. Is the municipality going to go after the sellers? What's our stance on that one?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussières, each site will have their own specifics, but on a general response, we're asking that the sellers disclose up front at the time of the contract signed. If the intention is to remove the dwellings from the parcel or to demolish them, then certain factors will be somewhat irrelevant. Whether, you know, they have the correct side yard setback or their over height, those will become irrelevant issues. So there'll be some reasonability factors where we won't be looking for what you would typically be looking for in a purchase and sale. If we find out after the fact, after the monies have passed, that there was frankly failure to disclose, we would have to go after the seller if they had willfully failed to disclose contamination. We don't want to do that. We hope that there'll be trust on both sides, and that if there is something, that it'll be disclosed and we'll be able to discuss and assess it. Because if it's a minor, if somebody's changed the oil on their car in the driveway, that's a pretty inconsequential contamination. But if they've had a bunker spill where they've lost, you know, a vessel or some kind of container on the property 5 years ago, that might be important and that would be disclosable. So I'd be speculating on any of those things, but there's going to be a range. Some will be perfectly reasonable. Others will be less so, and you would expect that that would be disclosed and then it would affect the value.
Okay, so I guess the reason I ask, in fairness to the sellers, some of them are not the original owners, so they've purchased this property. They may not know the history. I mean, Draper Road is a unique development. It's been there for a while, so I guess just to give them a comfort level, like, would the municipality go after them?
Through the chair, if a vendor says, I do not know or am not aware of contamination on my property, and that's a reasonable, knowledgeable statement on their part. And I'm not saying being willfully blind. Like, if you just close your eyes and say, yeah, I know there was something there, but I'm going to say there wasn't, that's not going to pass the test. But anybody who reasonably has no idea that something was there, I mean, it was a standard practice probably in Western Canada to have a burial pit on every farmyard. And one would expect that should be disclosed. And that might have occurred in some properties on Draper, but in others, maybe less so. I mean, the area has had a history of use, but it certainly hasn't been industrial or generally commercial. So for the most part, using residential disclosure statements seems to be a reasonable approach. At least we felt so.
Okay, just through the chair, one last. So there will be no holdbacks, whatever the purchase.
That's not the intention, no. It would be full release of funds with council's direction, and only would there be a holdback if both parties said, well, we agree that there's going to be further examination and the terms would have to be agreed to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bussières. Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. Good point there, Lance, about not knowing 30 years ago if there's a spill in the yard and, you know, the person doesn't know about it, sells their property, and then we got to clean it up. Far too much have we been shafted as a region, and facts, we got to go by the facts. Are we going to go with the facts?
Cardinal?
Are we going to go with the facts?
Yeah. Thanks.
Are we going to go with the facts of environmental assessments, or are we just going to go by word of mouth? Because I can tell you a whole bunch of stuff, and it's not going to, you know, I could lie to you as hell, lie to you forever, and, you know, are you going to believe me? Well, we need to go by the facts, and the facts are, do we have environmental assessments for each and every property? So.
Through the chair, if council felt that it was important to have an environmental examination for each property, you're council would have to consider whether to add an additional $5,000 to $10,000 on each acquisition for the cost of doing those kind of assessments. So that would be a level 1 or phase 1 environmental assessment. And there's no reason why council might not feel that that was an important component and would have to budget accordingly. But we haven't built that assessment into the budget that's proposed for you.
Well, I feel we need to get there because saving $5,000-$10,000, spending $5,000 to $10,000 on a property as opposed to $200,000 in value, we're saving a whole hell of a lot of money for the taxpayers, don't you think?
Councilor Cardinal, we're during debate. You could bring up something like that right now,
Okay,
just
thank
for
you.
questions to administration. Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, the chair. Mr. Davis, you talked about in a normal practice, you see appraisals higher than assessed values. And in Draper, that wasn't the case. Did we go back to the appraiser at all and ask them why we see such a discrepancy from what we usually see?
I will certainly defer to our director, Hanson, on this, but I will say that even though we follow the legislation and sections 289 of the MGA speaks specifically to when we do an assessment every year, we have to look at the characteristics and physical condition of the property every year on December 31st. And the value is attributed to the value on July 1st. And that's a legislated requirement under the MGA and under the assessment regulation. It's still in something of an art in that it's not perfection, and that's why the term mass appraisal exists for the legislation to come up with assessed values. There will be some rationale, presumably, for why our folks might have a different number. One might think that on the specific appraisals that have been requisitioned and paid for on this latest iteration, that would be a more accurate current statement of fair market value because they've had that specific oversight. Maybe missing that interior appraisal that was alluded to earlier, but each of the properties would have been assessed on a more or less equal basis.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Weigel. Are there any other questions from council for administration? I'm not seeing any, so thank you very much for the presentation. And do we have any delegates to this item?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We have a list of registered delegates.
Perfect. I'd like to invite Tina and Tony Boucher. And just a reminder, if you just say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present, if you could remain seated, please, for questions afterwards.
Tony Pichet.
Tina Joseph. I just want to say, just listening to everybody, I think we're getting away from why we're here, and we're here because no flood mitigation is being supplied to Draper. Our hope is that with all the talks going on about buyouts and grant programs, is that a fair, definite decision to move forward with both of those, the buyouts and the grant programs, tonight. These talks have been going on for 3 years, and I feel like they're going to continue for another year. The whole process of waiting and wondering has been stressful, to say the least. Not only because we're reluctant to invest anything more into our property, but it's more concerning that the back and forth talks have had a negative impact on the market values in our area. And it's just brought a stigma to Draper. We're advocating for the higher of the two amounts for the buyouts for these reasons. there's been a lack of investment in our area. Where am I, Tone? And including flood mitigation for our area. There is no flood mitigation for our area. The previous administration had relayed cash savings by not providing us with water and sewer, so we were taken out of the water and sewer program. And we also have a $300,000 grant out there somewhere for community gathering space that we've never been able to get because they keep telling us they don't own land down there. So the cost that the previous administration had given us was $32.3 million they've saved by not providing those things. 27 million being on the water and sewer, 5 million for hookups, plus the $300,000 grant that was supposed to be used for our community gathering space. So our question is, why can't some of that money be invested back into Draper?
Into flood mitigation, of course.
Into flood mitigation.
Thanks, Tina. Thanks, Tony. Appreciate you coming in today to present and let us know your feelings on this and your own personal experience. Do we have any questions from council? Councillor Weigel?
I just want to say thank you for you guys for presenting and advocating for the community. Tina, you talked about a stigma in Draper.
Mm-hmm.
What are some of the things that you've heard from buyers that have come down there, that have talked on there, and
well,
that would be creating that?
Because of, I mean, we've gotten no flood mitigation. This is back and forth for the last 3 years. So, you know, the way I found out about the buyouts 3 years ago was in the paper. I read it in the paper. And then, you know, there were supposed to be grant programs, and that never came about. It just seemed like a lot of talk, no action. And then finally we were just ignored. And then with the water and sewer being taken, us taking out of the water and sewer shortly after, and just no grace. Like there was just nothing, just investment left. And so people don't want to, you know, they're looking at your house thinking, well, you know, I like it down here, but, you know, the city doesn't provide water and sewer, and we don't know if they're going to, and not that they don't provide water.
Yeah.
Yeah, just the whole, just the uncertainty.
Yeah, it devalues our property.
Yeah.
Our assessment, you know, we had one done a year ago, it's $100,000 lower this year than it was last
Our appraisal.
year. And we don't see the difference. You know, put 40,000 into the house, and it's worth 100,000 less.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you for having the courage to come up.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Grandison?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through the
hold on,
chair.
Tina.
So I can appreciate yours and everybody else's loss. And I don't know whether you know this. I live in downtown, and my house is down 200,000 as well. And it's got nothing to do with water and sewer. It's got to do with market value. And that's unfortunate for anybody. So I think sometimes when we make these comparisons, it's got to be everything included, not just one piece, right? Because that's a very true story across the whole city. So
One difference is, though, you're getting flood mitigation. We aren't.
yeah, I challenge
Downtown is
on
being
the
protected, Waterways is being protected, Ptarmigan is being protected, or Ptarmigan is gone,
Yeah.
but
and it's all being done to protect assets, municipal assets, but I'm not aware of any
And right
decision.
now, we're just questions for presenters.
Well,
We
I
can
believe
debate,
she asked a question, I'm going to answer it.
but you didn't ask a question. to start
I
with.
did ask a question, and then she responded back with information, so now I'm simply responding to it, but I guess I can get my hand slapped again.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions for presenters? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Tina. Thank you, Tony. Next, we have Michelle Hundle. And for the record, Michelle, if you could just state your name. And again, you have 5 minutes to present. If you could remain seated for questions, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Michelle Hondel. I'm a resident of Draper since 2012. You have no idea how difficult this is again. Once again, a decision made by administration and by council has directly impacted my family. The first was expropriation of our property downtown on Fitzsimmons Avenue, which remains vacant to this day, with no tax revenue. Not once has any of you asked, with the buyout of these properties, what is the residual tax revenue that you guys will not be, the RMWB will not be receiving. And the second reason why I'm here is the decision to offer voluntary buyouts to residents of Draper who live along the river and were directly impacted by the flood. Taxpayer money is being offered to residents with no forethought as to some of their personal finances. None of that has been brought forward as well. It's a straight, as discussed, a residential purchase. I very firmly believe my taxes, and I'm assuming I can say that the residents of Fort McMurray, which should not be used to purchase properties in which a natural disaster has occurred. This is both the purview of both the federal and the provincial governments. The decision to purchase these properties at assessed value or appraised value sets a precedent for other homeowners of the municipality who have been homes that are adversely affected. The homeowners who have chosen Draper are well aware that we have higher risks to living in the country. One, yes, we have no water or sewer. We have power, we use propane. It is a decision that each one of us took on willingly when we signed a mortgage and or bought a property. We knew the potential risks and the threats. The RMWB is offering compensation to those who took that risk, and I'm so sorry to say this, but lost in terms of both the flood and the fire. The 2016 flood that affected Draper was not the result of RMWB negligence, so why is it being offered? What is going to be offered then to homeowners who have cracked foundations due to the instability of the slope? What are they going to be offered? Because if this voluntary buyout goes through, you can be sure those homeowners will be next on your list asking for a buyout due to the negligence of the RMWB by not putting a stop work order on the golf course, the Lions Club. I am deeply concerned about the future of my community. I do not live in a flood zone, nor do I actually have property that are near the slope. I'm in between. So what do you propose to do to my community? What's going to happen to my community? We're going to have vacant lots. We're going to have people who come by on their quads, rip around things. My community, as Draper, is going to be decimated by your decision. And I'm so deeply disappointed in every single one of you who actually thought that this was going to be the way to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Do you have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Michelle. Next, we have Cheryl Alexander and Mateus Espinoza. So we just start with your name for the record, and then you have 5 minutes to present, and you can remain seated for questions after.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Matt Espinoza. I am a Draper resident. I do not own one of the affected properties, but have attended most of the engagement sessions of the past few years for Waterways Draper. And we provide, a company that I run provides consulting services for some of the affected residents. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to voice my support for the recommended motion found on packet page 207 and the rationale for that recommendation on page 210. We are here tonight years since the flood. Much of our community from Taganova to Waterways has been engaged, heard, studied, and motioned to protect with works underway. I support a motion tonight. There's a lot, the community is very passionate. There's a lot of people that are just trying to keep their emotions quiet tonight. But I support a motion tonight, given that it's been so long and so much information has been requested and brought forth. And again, tonight, even more information has been requested and potentially might be brought forth. I urge Council to use tonight's presentations, discussions, and information to make the necessary steps to community resilience, risk reduction, and protect the last remaining residents outside of the reaches 1 to 11. Decisions tonight affect the current residents, but the future risk to residents and the community of Draper. Thank you to all the residents, families, business owners, RMWB staff, consultants, and mayor and council who have continued to work together through flood and fire recovery. Thank you for your time. I'm also here tonight with Cheryl Alexander from the Tabernacle of Praise Church. The church recently this week celebrated 51 years in Fort McMurray, Alberta. Cheryl.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Cheryl, as Matt was just saying, Cheryl Alexander, born and raised here in Fort McMurray. I just want to point that out. I am a Mikisew Cree First Nation member, so to my family and friends in Fort Chippewa, we thought of you all when we went through the fire. We went through that before. I just want to acknowledge that this is a very challenging decision. I understand you guys have a lot to discuss, a lot to go through, but at the same time, I thank you for doing those conversations, because if we didn't have these conversations, we wouldn't be here today. So I appreciate that. And yes, Tabernacle of Praise Church has been in Fort McMurray for 50 years. The first little building is a little white one in the Heritage Village. And we bought in hopes to build in Draper. To have our church building, which was burnt in 2016, to have a new home in Draper. We had a great time talking to the community, and we had hoped. But unfortunately, in 2020, we had the big flood, and that changed our plans. And, you know, honestly, we really want what's best for the community, and there's no flood mitigation. We know that. We understand that. But those that are living under that flood zone number, 250.9, it is difficult to try to keep building. Even for us as a church, we know we have to be accountable to our donors and our supporters, and we can't be putting that into an investment like that. So as you guys know, we are moved back into the Waterways area. But in 2020, we're here to serve, and that was a big part of our slogan. We helped out as much as we could. But we're here, Fort McMurray, we're here, Tabernacle of Praise Church is here, and I know it's difficult, but we can't continue down in Draper. And so we, as my husband and myself and our congregation, do support the motion. We do support the motion. Time sensitive, yes, absolutely, because it's hard to, you know, where do we go, what do we do? So the sooner council can make those decisions, the sooner administration can do the part that they need to do. And I thank you so much for listening and giving us an opportunity to do so. So thanks.
Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you, Matt. Really appreciate you coming here today to present. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you both very much. Brad Friesen? And Brad, if you can just say your name for the record, and then you have 5 minutes to present. If you can remain seated for questions, please. Hit that right there. There you go. Want to hit that again, Brad?
Brad Friesen. I'm here tonight, I guess, to talk about obviously buyouts. I mean, when I look at it, it's either, you know, a buyout or something so that we can actually all move along in life. I bought a property down there in 2007, and people always say, well, you bought in a floodplain, you should have known better. But I always say to people, well, if you look, I mean, first, the house was there. The city had approved it. It was built in 2002 at 248 meters. That was what the RMWB required. When I go back and look at history. I mean, in 1999, there was an agreement signed by the Garden Lane residents. That's where my house is on. And in 99, it did say province would not take any responsibility for floods. Yet, if you go back and you look, the city still, with their great wisdom, allowed people to build down there. So, I mean, at a given point, there's a municipality, there's a council, there's a mayor making these decisions. And, I mean, they got to be, somebody down the road from the past needs to be held responsible. If you look at downtown, it's in a floodplain too, as far as I'm concerned. And if you actually look historically, where's all the larger communities built in Canada, probably in the States? You probably have a river going through them. I mean, we as a people, when we go and settle, we had to settle kind of where there was the transportation, abilities to fish for food, abilities to have water to survive. So, I mean, really, if you look at it, I mean, how can you say, well, it was built in a floodplain and, you know, therefore, I guess, suffer the consequences? I mean, and when we talk about, you know, contaminants, if you actually sat and looked up from my place there, I mean, I had 9 feet of water in my house. It didn't get to the upstairs. It was basically an inch under my main floor. And when I sat and I looked out, I mean, I had 3 feet of water in my garage because it was a little bit lower. And so, I mean, if there was a spill on a property down the road 5 miles away, I mean, there could have been contaminants brought in from that. But I mean, definitely, if you look in the past, there has not been what you'd call a whole lot of commercial or industrial use down there. And I mean, as the municipality, if you take the properties over, I would actually try and put it back to agriculture, what it should have been and what it should have stayed. And I mean, as soon as 2020 came around, or the COVID, all of a sudden everybody's going, you know, where can we get our food? There's no more greenhouses in Fort McMurray, no more agriculture. I mean, it's always nice to have that in your community. So anyway, thanks.
Thank you, Brad. And I appreciate your knowledge on agriculture in the community. Do you have any questions for Mr. Friesen? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for your presentation, Brad. You mentioned the provincial government at one point would not take any responsibility for Draper. Is that correct? Did I hear you correctly?
Yeah, if you go back in, there was an agreement in 1999 signed basically between the Dixons, the Greys, and the Hughesers. And it basically said all that they wanted on the property was day homes, that they did not, you know, I mean, that it shouldn't have been habited. It should have stayed agriculture. If you go back as far as also the Clearwater River Area Structure Plan, which is also supposed to be a guiding principle or package for the municipality, and take a look at it, it talked about, you know, Draper being agriculture, that sort of thing, so.
Thank you, Brad.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. And thank you, Mr. Friesen. Ruth Mack? All right, thank you, Ruth. Brianne Shacklady and Randy Wingwell? And Brianne, if you and Randy could just state your names for the record, and you have 5 minutes, and then if you can remain seated for questions, please.
I'm Brianne Shacklady, a Draper resident. I've lived here for 15 years. We lost our home in the flood. We were one of the few that lost their entire home because we had over 13 feet of water on our property. We support the motion tonight to move forward with the buyouts at the highest price between the two options, but with using the alternative number 2 so that they can be done immediately. We shouldn't have to wait another 2 months to get the security and fencing costs done. They're going to be the same no matter what, just like Ptarmigan didn't have to wait. The reason it makes sense to go with the higher price, it's not just about real estate and the prices going down. For modest homes like mine, I haven't rebuilt yet. Like, Mr. Ball was asking how many homes are habitable. There are some that aren't habitable, that are shells. That's why the wording before was if there was a structure. So just between like mine and Steve's house, it's almost $1 million of that $4 million because we haven't rebuilt. And then some other ones are quite a bit more because people have raised their homes, added basements, done significant improvements. So like, it's not just about you shouldn't get the higher price because prices have gone down. Like, it's a lot of that money is because the homes haven't been rebuilt or they were rebuilt better and higher. It's not just about the property values. And when it comes to the appraisals, the appraiser went in every single home. There was someone in every single home. Like, would Mr. Bussier, did you yourself think that you should go in the homes, or who did you think should have to go in each home? When you're saying you wouldn't buy a house without going inside of it, just to let you know, the appraiser went inside of all of the homes
Yep. No, I know that.
you paid for.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I know that.
So what were you saying when you said no one's been inside the homes?
The assessed values I was referring to. I've got the appraised values, but I was just referring to the assessed values, that's all.
Okay.
I know the appraiser went in, administration told us appraisers went into all but one.
Yeah, and it's not like we're making out with loads of money if you go by the, like, we'll only lose 70 grand instead of 300 grand, which means we can take the 70 grand hit and get out of our mortgage. You know, we're not making money off of this in any way whatsoever. We're still taking a $70,000 hit going off the assessed value from 2020. We can't go off the appraised value because it doesn't assess us. It's just like land value for us, the same as a bunch of our neighbors. The other thing is, if you vote on the highest value, more people are able to take the payout because of their mortgages, which in the long run, when you do put water and sewer in eventually, you won't have to service the lowest homes. Every street like mine, you'd have to put an additional pump house, which is $4 to $5 million. It's cost savings, paying out the 16 million, buying out the lowest homes so that in the long run, you won't have to service them with water and sewer and the extra pump houses and the extra piping. You're saving money by offering the higher value so there's more uptake in the program. To go against what Ms. Hondel was saying, I think her opinion is ridiculous. A lot of the homes will be naturalized. The majority of large acreages are already farms. Most of the houses aren't trailers. It won't look bad. It'll look like parkland. A lot of the properties the municipality will own, and you'll be able to have leases to municipal groups to farm or to have land-based learning. You'll be able to use these properties for the entire community. No one's talking about that. And you don't have to develop them. That's at a naturalized state.
My name is Randy Ringheim. I'm a 36, almost 37-year resident of Fort McMurray. We've been down in Draper now since the year before the flood, with great ambitions to what we wanted to do. What Brad had started to do with the property, we wanted to carry on with the agricultural abilities of that land. We knew that we were going to build a shop. We knew that we wanted to improve the home and to raise the housing site. When the flood happened, it definitely upped the timeline for us. So we went full force on raising our property. When I found material that was suitable, I put it in, I packed it, I compacted it. The amount of equipment and fuel and manpower that is involved is incomprehensible to most people.
Because it has to be raised more than 20 feet. And we couldn't do it. Like, we've given up on rebuilding because just like the church did, because of the amount of material you have. And the municipality is the only provider of fill when you need that much material.
Thanks, Fran. Thanks, Matt. We've passed the 5 minutes there right now for your speaking there, but I'm hoping there's some questions from council. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you don't mind, Randy, I'd love to hear the rest of what you have to say.
The amount of effort that we've put forth to improve, to just have every that's it.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Rand. Thank you, Brianne. We appreciate you coming forward and letting us know you're sharing your experience in Draper. Do you have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you both very much. Do we have any delegates that aren't listed on here? Okay, for time's sake, council, we're going to take a 10-minute break. It's going to be before we continue at 7:41. Just going to request council to go in the council room next door for an in-camera to seek legal advice right now. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair, procedurally, we'll need someone to make a motion to move in camera pursuant to Section 27(1) of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Can I have someone make that motion? Councilor Benjoko?
I move the motion that we move in camera.
Okay, can I have someone second that motion? Councilor Dogar, thank you. Thank you, everyone. And call for a vote. All in favor? That is carried unanimously. Sorry, that's carried 1 against. Can I have someone make the motion to reconvene in public? Councillor Weigel?
I'll make the motion to reconvene in public.
Can someone second that motion? I second it. Councillor Stroud?
I second the motion, Mayor Bowman.
Thank you. Call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I motion that administration be directed to proceed with offering an immediate voluntary buyout of properties with dwellings with the main floor elevation of 250.9 meters or less in Draper at the highest value of either the 223 appraised value or highest assessed values between the years 2020 to 2023, and that the voluntary buyout be offered until September 12th, 2023, and then up to $16,413,010 be allocated from the emerging issues reserved for immediate voluntary buyouts.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Can someone second that motion? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions from council for administration or debate points? Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just speak to the motion. The reason I think that the highest value of all four, I guess all five, the tax assessment as well as the market value, is the fact that we're talking about the flood. And a lot of this came up because of the flood. And the flood happened in 2020. And so what happened in 2020 is that the automatic value of properties went down because they were affected by the flood. And so since then, families have been trying to put together, whether they've been removing houses, doing renovations, constant amounts, the values have been going up and down. The conversation that I've had with both administration and others is that we haven't been able to move forward in Draper because we don't know where the flood mitigation's at. We didn't know if the city was going to do flood mitigation until it was finally said at the beginning of, or in the middle of last year, until now. Or before then. And so up to that point, there was no hard answer from the city saying that there was not going to be any flood mitigation. The value of the properties have been going up and down based on a lot of extreme factors, and it hasn't been a high valued area to buy. With all of this going through, that the market value today, as we can see, as Mr. Davis pointed out, that usually the market value, appraised value, is higher than the assessed. We don't see that in this case. I think that goes to the statement of the fact that this is an anomaly because of all of those extra extremities from the flood, from rehabilitation to those homes, as well as a city, we've asked these families under the assessed value to pay taxes under it. We've asked them to pay taxes under the assessed value of their homes. They've paid and if we're going to ask them to actually pay taxes on that assessed value, then we should value their home the same. This is a different situation. It is not normal for the municipality to do buyouts, but with the provincial program not doing that anymore, I believe that this is the most fair and comparable way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Do you have any more questions for administration or debate points? Councillor Bussier?
Yeah, I guess, can we, I don't know if Chris is, well, Kelly's here, I guess. To the chair, to Kelly. Kelly, again, I asked the question before, and I'm not sure if you provided an answer or not, but have we, as a municipality, purchased properties at an assessed value without any provincial or federal funding?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier. To the best of my knowledge, we've not purchased homes or properties at an assessed value without having a government partner sitting next to us.
Okay, so I guess I'll speak to it. I certainly cannot support the motion as Councillor Weigel. I mean, if we're spending taxpayers' money, and obviously the 17 or 18, 19 residents are also taxpayers of this community, I find it difficult to support a motion where we're buying property at at a value that's assessed by the municipality, and I've lived here a few years, and I've never had the city come in and personally assess my property. I don't remember ever having the city assessor come into one of my properties and appraise it. So having said that, and being told that the assessors hadn't been into, or they're the understanding, the folks I talked to administration, that they hadn't been into the property outside of the recent appraisals. I would support a motion where we do a voluntary buyout based on the current appraised value. But having said that, I will not support Councillor Wagle motion as it reads.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be directing my question to CAO or to Kelly. How can we justify, in the current situation in this region and maybe even in most parts of the country where the value of properties have gone down everywhere, how then, if I'm asked as a councillor, as a leader, how would I justify that basically it looks like these homeowners are protected from the deflation? Other than that, I do feel their pain, and but that part of it I'm struggling with.
Sorry, what was your question, Councillor Benjoko? You said you had a question?
It's a question. I'm saying that most properties have devalued greatly in this region, but it looks like we are paying premium for these properties. So if I'm asked the question, I'm going to pass that question to CAO or Kelly. What would be my justification as a leader?
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, I would say definitively what your savings or what the cost consideration should include is the reduction of overall the removing of individuals from a place that we know has flood risk. So this is that opportunity to give residents as great of a chance as possible, recognizing they have unique household financial situations, that we're giving them the greatest opportunity to consider what an exit of the community would look like, so that we have so that future costs during future events could be reduced, but also the harm and safety, allowing residents the opportunity to move out of the community is part of the rationale and why you saw administration put forward this recommendation of using the highest value.
And legal services, Chris?
Through the chair, just to support Director Hansen, the other thing that I think it's important to remember that you're only getting the snapshot in the information that you've received. There could have been a significant drop in value sometime between 2014 and 2020, so that you're not seeing that part of the equation. So these homeowners may have already experienced a drop, so that you have to be careful to wonder whether we're not seeing that part of the equation. So I just urge council to remember that you're just getting a bit of a slice of information over the last 3 years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Majoko. Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Just to address Councillor Benjoko, I think that's a very good question that you're asking. And I think Mr. Davis said it best. I bought a house back in 2013 and I sold it 3 years ago. And I took a financial bath, as a lot of us have in this community, and I totally understand that. The value of the house that I've purchased since 2021 has actually gone up in value. And so the market since early on, and so talking to a lot of these homeowners, they've already taken their bath. Like their, so to speak, is that their property value has already gone down over the early years. In these new years, these aren't where we've taken the biggest loss. And so a lot of the reason that there's a different value is because I know of one property that hasn't been able to be repaired since the flood. So the valuation is, of course, it's going to go down because the decrease is going to go down. My issue is that as an assessment, we've asked these tax-paying residents to pay taxes on an assessed value. The reason that a municipality doesn't normally do buyouts is because the Alberta government used to. Well, they've stopped coming to the table as of 2 years ago. So and it might have actually been longer. So I'm not sure my timeline, but they used to come to the table and they've decided not to. And so the reason that we're even here is because the Alberta government has said that they're no longer doing this. And so that's why this is a new situation, and the reason that we're even coming forward for this in a new light. This whole idea is about the residents, and we need to be fiscally responsible. I'm totally for that. But these are tax-paying residents, and we've asked them to pay taxes on the values that's been assessed to their house by this administration. And then now we're going to go back and tell them that their house is not worth that, even though they've had to pay taxes over that since the flood. We have not come as a city and council, we have not come to the table to help the Draper residents. There has been nothing done for flood since 2020 for Draper. That's 3 years. For 3 years, we have not done one thing. The buyouts came out instantly to the last council, and it wasn't approved. And so we've done nothing. They've come to tables, they've come to engagements, they've asked, what are we going to do about flood? And it wasn't until last year that we finally came forward and said nothing. We're going to do nothing for floods. And so that's how we ended up here. It's because we thought we needed to do something. And so this is it. This is where we're at. And so yes, there is a huge fluctuation between all of those numbers, but there's so many different factors. Some have been damaged, some have been remediated, all the way through. And so to not give them a fair value of what we've asked them to pay taxes on just doesn't seem to make sense, because we're going to ask them to pay those dollars, but when it comes time to get to this point, we're going to tell them that their house isn't valued that. For me, it's a tough pill to swallow. And so I think your point is absolutely great, but I think a lot of those factors move into that. So thank you for asking the question, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, sir, for giving me the chance. First of all, I have little objection on Councillor Funky's addressing Kelly Henson as CAO 2 times. She must keep in mind the passion of so many directors are sitting here.
Councillor Dogar, she said CEO or Kelly, is what
CAO,
she said.
there are so many directors sitting, and she's
she
giving
said
her a lead over others.
She said CAO or director.
I thought that she said CEOs, so there's all the votes for her, Kelly, to become CEO. Anyhow, my my question is that about this motion, as said, it is residents' money, taxpayers' money. Yes, it is taxpayers' money, but they are also our residents. They would be undergoing distress, inconvenience, displacement. So if few dollars more they get it, and we should be happily giving them. That is my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. So, this is a difficult one, and it's always going to be difficult because you're talking about people's homes and so on and so forth. But I have to stand with my colleague Lance in terms of the appraised value. I'd love to be able to say, my car's worth $2,000, but you can pay me $3,000. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's what the house, and I know that our lawyer has said it's a snapshot in time, but I'm a realtor. Every time I sold a house, it was a snapshot in time, every single one. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of them every year across this country. I mean, where do we draw the line? Councillor Weigel indicated, we want people to pay taxes on this assessment, but we won't. Well, go across the whole country. We'd owe trillions back to the tax. There's have to be some formula. That's a formula. That's what they use. But when we sell a house, we get appraised. We either get a comparative market analysis or an appraisal. And that's the value that's used by realtors all across the country. But for some reason, This is suggested to be different, and I can't support it on those grounds. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. And this question is to Director Hansen. In looking at the summary, I'm just a bit confused. You've got the total value, an amount of $16,413,010, and the amount of $12,705,000. Can you please explain to me what those figures?
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Stroud, through the chair. The highest value is $16,413,010, and that's reflective of the highest value of whichever number is the highest value between the 2023 appraised value offered or the 2020 to 2023 assessed value. And so that if each property were to select the highest value made available out of those numbers, then that's reflective of what that total cost, if everyone were to subscribe, could be. The $12,705,000 is reflective of the current 2023 appraisals that were completed on each property specifically. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Ball?
Thank you. Through the chair, I just want to, I guess, comment relative to Councillor Grandison's recent comments. The snapshot in time. When we buy things, we buy them at the time. We don't buy them in the past. I recently sold a house. I didn't get its highest value. Never did. I got quite a bit less than what it was once valued at. So I don't support paying the highest value of something in the past. Certainly what it's worth today, I would agree with, but not a value in the past. We buy things in today's date, and it seems that in this room today, we're debating what the value is, but in reality, if it was for sale by the individual to someone else, it's only worth what someone will pay for it. And it seems like some here were willing to pay more than others. So I will not support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the one thing that we forget is that we're talking about, we're not willing to go back 4 years, but it's taken us 4 years to get here. We didn't come to the table. If we would have came to the table in 2020, I think it would have looked differently. I think when these residents actually were in trouble, and if we would have showed up when they were in trouble, it would have been different. But we didn't. It's now 2023, and we're asking to take the value 3 years later after an incident happened. And assessed value is how it's always been done. Sure, it hasn't been done by the municipality, but when the province buys properties, they do it at the assessed value. And so it's actually the precedent. The municipality doing the actual buying, that's not the precedent. But the precedent for buying properties is actually at the assessed value. And so for me, we're not changing anything. If we would have helped them back in 2020, we would be in the exact same spot. But now we're asking them to take a devalued because we took a long time to get there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. This is to Director Kelly Hansen. Are we able to get the total assessed value for 2020 when?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, if you'll give me a moment, I could pull that up.
Okay. Yeah, the assessed value.
Sorry, I might just need a moment, but
No
I do
problem.
have the information here.
Thank you.
So the total amount for 2020 assessed and assumed eligible properties would be $12,446,460.
Thank you, Kelly, or Director Hansen.
Thank Councillor Stroud. Councillor Bussier?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Bowman. I guess I just wanted some clarification, just with Councillor Wago, with the provincial buying out properties, and I guess this is for Chris. Would they give 3 or 4 tax years as well for people to choose from?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier's, on our experience in Ptarmigan, no, it was just that 1 year across the board.
How about Calgary and the flooding down there in Bow Valley or Bow River then, when they bought those?
In the Calgary experience, again, not all people took the buyout, but they did take it from 1 year, and I believe it was from the assessed value, but I can't confirm that without going and checking. I don't know if anyone else in administration can answer that.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, I can speak to that as well, and indicating that that is part of when you're seeing a response in during an event or closer proximity to the event, the amount of time that has passed is where you're seeing an additional consideration of dates. I do believe Bryn has additional information related to the Calgary buyout.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussiers. For Calgary, it was a voluntary buyout. Assessed values were used at the pre-flood event value.
So the year prior to the flood, not the 3 previous years, or the 3 years after?
Assessed value for the year of 2013 pre-flood.
Okay, thank you. Just further to the assessment. So I think what's happened with the appraisal process is, because I have a couple of friends did suffer the flooding, and they decided to redo their homes. And I think in the assessed value, it may reflect that, the value that there was some work done. I don't know, like I can't speak to all the homes here, but I'm assuming some of the increases in assessed value or the appraised value may be due to work that was done post-flood.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussiers, the information that we have is that increases in assessed value from year to year or the market value would be due to additional work being done to the property.
Yeah. Through the chair, I was just speaking, I think there was 4 properties that showed an increase in value from assessed values. Do we know if the appraiser noted that it was due to post-flood work or?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussiers, I don't have that information, that specific information on hand. I'm not sure if one of either Chris or Kelly has that information.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier. Go ahead, Chris.
Through the chair, I suspect Kelly, Director Hansen has the better response, but the individual appraisals will have qualifying features, and they may note what they've taken into consideration, but they won't explain the discrepancy between our assessed value and their appraised value. They will have had note of it because it's part of the overall review that they did, but unless there was a marked departure, I doubt that there'll be anything in the report, and I would have to go and look at that report where if there's a marked departure between our assessed value and what was appraised.
Okay, thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Ball?
Oh, I'm good.
Councillor Cardinal.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I feel that I'm not going to be supporting the motion because of the fact that we have a lot of underlying issues with environmental assessments, fluctuations of values in the houses, as well as there are just numerous other things, and I feel that we a little more work needs to be done by the municipal government in ourselves and administration to move forward with this and get some more concrete evidence to the questions that we need, or we want, or that we're asking, as well as just doing our due diligence and giving a little more time on this, and hopefully we can get to the actual spot we want to get to. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. I myself, I'm supporting this motion, and it's both being fiscally responsible, because we look at what we did look at prior to this motion coming forward, what it could possibly cost to actually do flood mitigation in the area of Draper, and it looked like upwards of $118 million to do that. So I think by going with this number here, and not only fiscally responsible, but I've been down to most of the properties and I've met with most of the residents, and most people down there can't tell you their story without a tear come to their eye. So for me, it's being not only fiscally responsible, but it's taking into the residents that are concerned and taking into their livelihoods and what they put into those properties. And sometimes it's not just the building that's on the property, it's the property itself. So I'll be definitely supporting this motion. But I think it's taking into account that we're being responsible to our residents in that area. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question for probably Mr. Davis, but whoever might have this information. In Calgary, what was the year of the buyout? What year did they buy out the properties?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, the compensation that was provided based on the benchmarking that we have was that it was compensated at 2013 assessed value at a pre-flood value.
No, I appreciate that. So what year was the flood? 2014? Okay, and do you know what year that they received their money for that?
I don't have that through the chair to Councillor Weigel. I don't have that information.
Okay, thank you. To administration, why did we do buyouts in waterways?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, it's my understanding that slope stability studies indicated slope issues.
Okay.
And there was a council motion made to purchase properties with slope stability issues.
And what was the timeline from when we found the slope stability to the actual payout of the buyouts on waterways?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, I don't have the timeline difference, but I do know that the motion was made in 2017.
Okay. And how long till we paid them out?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, I do not have that information.
Okay, thank you. In what year did we pay out Ptarmigan Court?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, if just give me one moment, I'll just.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thanks. Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, I wouldn't want to give incorrect information. I do believe that the motion was made in 2021, May of 2021.
Okay, and that was due to the 2020 flood, was it not?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, absolutely correct. Ptarmigan Court home buyouts were a result of the 2020 flood.
Thank you. And so I want to go back to the fact that we haven't done anything for these residents for 4 years. And I massively understand, colleague, Council Cardinal, that there just seems to be a lot of issues. And again, I appreciate the fiscal responsibility of all this. But like Mr. Mayor said, we talked to the CAO about what flood mitigation looked on there, and it was over $100 million. We couldn't do it. The landscape didn't apply for it. So this is why we went in this direction in the first place. It's fiscally responsible, even if everybody took the buyout by over $80 million, which it's not going to happen. There's a lot of people down there that love Draper, that want to stay, that want to see it as part of the community. What we're trying to do is we're trying to help people that are literally hanging on by a thread, almost in foreclosure, because their house is irreparable or they can't sustain it. And so, again, we haven't come to the table. A lot of these buyouts happen right away. And so they take in a value that's right there. The reason that there's 4 assessed years is because it took us 4 years to get here. And so it's not the same thing. And so asking these residents to continue to move forward and to, you know, make the decisions. We have some residents that had to put their kids back in school. They made full plans to move, go forward. This has been on the table, and it gets moved again. And every time we get to this place, there's another reason why to extend it and to go. And again, this is we have caused this. We as a council, and maybe not this council, maybe us and the council before that, but we're the reason that it's still on the table. And I just think that we owe our residents a way to move forward. We go through tragedy, and it costs money, and it's awful. But whenever our residents are in need, we have to step up to the plate. And we've done it in every other time except this instance. And I think that's why this looks different. This looks different because we acted different. And so I think it's important that we come to the plate to be able to give our residents resolution to be able to move forward. And so I appreciate the concern, but we're here now to be able to make a decision for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Weigel. Councilor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the chair. I just want to get all of the information out, not just some of it. In what year did the city of Calgary pay out the flood people?
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, I don't have that information. I have the information that talks about the year of the compensation.
What year did the city of Calgary pay out that compensation? They didn't. The province did. That's the whole point of the question. Is the questions were related to the actions of the province, not the actions of a municipality. And again, with understanding the challenges that people are facing, this is outside of the realm of a municipality, again. So that's why it took 4 years to get here, because it wasn't a municipal responsibility 4 years ago, as it's not today. However, we are here. So let's just make sure we get all of the information out, not just some of it.
Okay. We just have order in the gallery, please. Are there any other questions or debate points of council? Councilor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Highest funds, always looking for highest money, highest everything. Always like the points of Councillor Grandison, where we as a municipality are the only ones that have ever done something like this in Ptarmigan Park. And I will not be a part of another divide of another community, a small community. I really value the way the community is right now, and I look forward to how it will look in the future. I will not be a part of another divided community. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Cardinal. Any other questions or debate points of council? Not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Okay. Okay, can we get order, please? Okay, sorry. Yep. Sorry. Okay. Okay, well, you'll have a chance to talk when you. Okay, sorry. Where's bylaw? Got it. And against? That motion's been defeated 6-5? 5-4, 6 against.
So in opposition was Grandison, Ball, Bouzier, Cardinal, Walkman, McGrath. 4, Weigel, Dogar, Stroud, Bowman, and Benjogo.
Next, we have the report on Draper Household Flood Reduction Grant Program Policy. Are there any other motions council would like to bring forward on that matter? Councillor Benjoko?
I was going to ask if my council colleagues will consider if we go by assessed value.
Do you want to make a motion?
Yes. How do we change it?
We already made the motion.
No, to change it to the lowest of the two values, which is 12 million. Can we?
We already made the motion.
Yeah, no, that one was defeated. I want to, is it possible?
Yeah, you can make a
CEO?
motion.
Okay, I'll try for that. Can Jade help, Miss Jade? Can you help me change this to?
Through the chair to Councillor
Let's take
Benjogo.
a 10-minute break while we make motion.
Okay.
Until 9:05. Welcome back, everyone. Can I have someone make the motion? Councilor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move the motion that administration be directed to proceed with offering an immediate voluntary buyout of properties with dwellings with a main floor elevation of 250.9 meters or less in Draper at the 2023 assessed value, and that a voluntary buyout be offered until September 12, 2023, and that up to $14,912,170 be allocated from the margin issues reserved for immediate voluntary buyouts.
Thank you, Councilor Banjoko. Can I have someone second that motion? Councilor Ball?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for administration followed by debate points? Councilor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Maybe if I can have administration give an explanation of the difference to the community. Thanks.
Through the chair to Councilor Cardinal, could you expand on your question, please?
Well, I would like for you to maybe provide a little more of detailed messaging to the community about the difference about the amounts as well as the dwellings, please.
Certainly, through the chair, the motion that's being presented currently, I believe I have to pull it up, but was reflective of the 2023 assessed value, which I have right here. The 2023 assessed value is $14,912,170. The original motion that was defeated considered the highest value, which was reflective of the 2023 appraised or 2020 through 2023 assessed, which was $16,413,010.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Cardinal. Councilor Dogar?
Thank you, sir, for giving me the chance. And the question is a good one, pertinent, but so much hurry should not be there. They should give a time limit. Maybe next meeting they should reply this, because it needs deliberation. This question needs working out to reply. Thank you.
Sorry, Councilor Dogar, what is your, I'm not sure your question? Can you turn your mic on?
What I feel that administration should be given a chance, a time period to work out the reply of this question. Of course, the question is very pertinent, but it needs deliberation. Straight away, a reply cannot be given on such like question, which need working out. They need a data to check up their papers, files.
Which question are you referring to?
The question which have been put up by Councillor Cardinal.
Yeah, I think Director Kelly gave the answer. The difference is 1 point.
Okay, if she can reply,
million.
well and good. If
Yes.
she can reply, well and good. Otherwise, such like question needs deliberations, working out, going to the files. Only then, and the proper reply.
The difference is 16.413 million and 14.912. That's the difference.
The difference of the question is why this is a difference. The administration should explain it. For explanation, they need a lot of deliberation, input.
Do you want to explain that difference, Director Kelly?
Sure. Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Dogar. In essence, we're using a different valuation. And so the presentation this evening spoke to the matter of we were recommending that a voluntary buyout be considered. Council there's a number of combinations of what the values could be, and ultimately council has put forward a motion right now for discussion that relates to using just the 2023 assessed value. We have that information available as administration. We've got all of this tracked on a spreadsheet, and so we're able to provide that number. And so what you're seeing, and I'll have to do some quick math, but you're seeing just as a different in value. So the option currently in the motion is to look at just a single year of tax assessment. Previously, we were considering multiple years of assessment as well as the very recent appraisal of the properties. This wouldn't change the way in which we would move forward should a program be approved. It would simply be using a different value. And again, I would say that that's the most notable difference.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Councilor Ball.
Thank you, through the chair. I guess one question for administration. I understand that the end of this would be September, or the cutoff would be September, but in some cases where we're utilizing the 2023 tax assessment, if that number is lower than what the current appraised value is, would the homeowner have the ability to challenge that tax assessment with administration?
You're the chair to Councillor Ball. I would ask, I believe that we have representation from the assessment group. I would ask if he'd be able to speak to that.
Yeah, thank you.
To the chair, to Councillor Ball. The appeal period is completed now, and there is no officially complaint period. However, we always looking forward to correct assessments if there is any issues. So our team can do the inspections and review the assessment, but I can promise that it will be different than what we produced.
Okay, fair enough. Just
Can you clarify the taxation year value, Kevin?
Through chair to Councillor Bowman, so the assessment year always is 1 year behind the taxation year. So our values are based on July 1st, 2022, which is used for taxation year 2023. Therefore, in this motion, I suggest to mention that the assessed values used for 2023 taxation, just to make sure we have it legally correct. Otherwise, 2023 assessed value will be produced based on July 2023, and we are still working on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to renew back to our colleagues that where we're at is that we're fundamentally talking about $1.5 million, which we've recently spent on things like a golf course. And so for the residents that have maybe lost a house and gone through, I would go back to ask to reconsider, go back to the original motion for the 1.5 million difference. Thank you.
Councillor Banjoko.
I just wanted to speak to the motion on grant. Is that what I should do now or no?
Councillor Weigel, did you ask for an amendment?
No, I thought the original motion was defeated already. You can't amend it. Okay. So I should go ahead. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the reason why I came forward with this motion, which I'm asking my colleagues to please consider this motion and let's move forward with it. Mayor Bowman actually referred to the cost of flood mitigation, which will be upwards of 100 million. Even if we got 80% from the province and federal, we will still be spending over 20 million. That's one reason. The second one is that this has dragged on for years, and I can imagine the uncertainty, the fears, and the weight on residents, especially when you have families. So I appeal to my colleagues to think about this when they are going to vote. and the reason why, okay, we don't need to talk about 60 million. Thank you. That's why I'm coming forward tonight.
Thank you, Councilman Joko.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, based on the comments made by Kayvon with assessment and taxation, for clarity in your motion, are you considering updating the language from 2023 assessed value to assessed values used for the 2023 taxation year, just for that full clarity? Just wanted to make sure that everyone understands the context of what's being debated.
Thank you, Jade. Councilor Bajoko?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions for our administration or any debate points? Oh, sorry. Sorry, Brianna. I know it's emotional, but we have to due process here. I'm going to call for a vote. All in favor? And against? That motion is carried 7-4. Thank you. Next, we have the Draper Household Flood Risk Reduction Grant Program Policy. I'd like to invite Kelly Hansen, Director of Strategic Planning and Program Management via Teams.
I can't believe the fucking mental stress that you fucking people are putting on fucking citizens. Yeah, I will, in a fucking moment.
No, sorry.
You don't listen. It don't make sense. The precedent in fucking Calgary was the assessed value from the year before the flood. Not 4 fucking years after.
You couldn't even done it fair in the 2020 values. People lost their homes, recovered. Fucking moron.
Next, we have the report on Draper Household Flood Risk Reduction Grant Policy. I'd like to invite Kelly Hansen, Director of Strategic Planning and Program Management via Teams. Chris Davison, Senior Manager, Legal Services, to introduce the report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kelly Hansen, Director of Strategic Planning and Program Management, and I'm here to present the proposed Household Flood Risk Reduction Grant Program Policy. Throughout the following presentation, I'll provide a summary of recent history and background on what was brought to the point of administration's recommendation regarding the program and the rationale. Following that, I'll walk you through some of the details regarding the recommended program, including the program's intent, eligibility, design, and disbursement maximums. I'll close the presentation by talking about estimated maximum costs and benefits of the recommended program. I'll confirm if we're able to. It's perfect. On January 23, 2023, administration presented a number of flood mitigation options to Council for the community of Draper. Council passed a motion that flood accommodation be approved as a flood mitigation option in the community. To complement that decision, Council passed a motion that administration bring forward a household flood risk reduction grant program for eligible properties within the community of Draper by March 2023. It's important to note that by passing the first motion on January 23, 2023, it was acknowledged that flooding would continue to occur periodically within the community and that it would not be protected by structural mitigation. The change to flood accommodation means that the municipality will limit additional municipal infrastructure in Draper and that council, administration, and residents have roles in reducing vulnerabilities related to flood damage. On March 14th, administration presented the initial Household Flood Risk Reduction Grant Program and Policy, and no decision was taken at that time. Following the presentation, administration has taken the opportunity to incorporate some of the feedback provided from residents that requested retroactive activities be considered for inclusion in this program. These residents would be considered on a case-by-case basis and will only apply to activities implemented after the flood of 2020. Today, administration is recommending that Council approve the Draper Household Flood Risk Reduction Program Policy FIN 420, which is outlined on Attachment 1 of your report and agenda package. By understanding and being in line on the program's intent is important, as it will help to guide administration's action once the program has been approved by Council and implementation begins. The program, if approved, will provide homeowners with the opportunity to qualify for financial support as they work to reduce their household-specific flood risk. An important consideration is the program does not mandate residents to undertake certain flood risk reduction activities that they may not be comfortable with. It's designed to support homeowner decision-making and assist them in taking steps towards their own household resiliency. I'll now provide an overview of the elements of the Household Flood Risk Reduction Grant Program. The program has 3 categories or streams that are intended to help homeowners identify potential eligible projects and maximum dollars amounts supported financially by the RMWB. The first stream would be relocation of utilities and services, the movement of items such as hot water tanks, electrical panels, and furnaces to be above a certain elevation. Second is the retrofit of building materials. So that would be the replacement of existing building materials that are below certain elevation with more flood resilient building materials such as spray foam insulation, tile flooring on walls, and water resistant wiring. Storage is the third stream, ensuring that important documents are stored in water resistant containers and are located to other elevations. The recommended program design offers flexibility that will limit barriers for participation while ensuring fiscal responsibility. Program eligibility for the 3 categories or streams are based on main floor elevation and location of services and utilities, both below 250.9 meters. Potential program costs are highly variable as they're dependent on a homeowner's decision and property-specific characteristics such as elevation and style and age of the home. Administration has reached out to local contractors by way of business support organizations to help ensure the proposed costs for the program streams are realistic and as current as possible. An important note is these costs are not intended to fully cover all activities related to the home, but rather support residents in making adjustments in an incremental approach. The recommended household disbursement maximums for each stream are relocation of utilities and services up to $35,000, retrofitting of building materials up to $10,000, storage up to $4,000, with a total of $45,400 potentially available. Lastly, the program is not intended to make the households 100% flood resilient, but to support homeowners in making those decisions and incremental improvements. Using survey data previously collected, relevant information from property files, and eligibility criteria outlined in the policy, administration believes that 21 homes would be eligible for the program. Using the recommended disbursement maximums, the following estimated material costs are provided for Council's awareness and understanding. Please note, these numbers are reflective of full subscription. All residents participating to the maximum. Stream 1 would be $735,000. Stream 2, $210,000. Stream 3, $8,400, and the total maximum cost for all 3 streams would be $953,400. Any additional administrative costs have not yet been determined and will be influenced by Council's decision this evening. The proposed program complements Council's previous decision and is based on programs offered within other jurisdictions. The program will support owners who choose to make changes and provides flexibility for homeowners to make changes that support their personal situations. Lastly, the recommended eligibility criteria provides the opportunity for homeowners at the lowest flood elevation levels to be given the opportunity to receive financial support to make meaningful steps towards risk reduction. Thank you, and I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you for the presentation. Do we have any questions of administration from Council? Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Thanks for the presentation, Director Hansen. When you guys are coming up with your benchmarking for the amounts, was it taken into consideration just the amounts that it would actually take to do the renovations, or where did we come up with the exact numbers?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, the intent was to support activity at a household level. It is absolutely not meant to cover all costs associated, but we felt, along with some of the business support organizations within the community, that the dollar figures provided currently would allow people to make meaningful change within each of the categories. It wouldn't allow for all activities to take place, but you'd have the opportunity to complete at least one meaningful adjustment within your personal property. And it's that balanced approach of, I think, similar to previous conversations, ensuring that the municipality is supporting, but not also committing to paying for the entire cost associated with flood proofing or protecting a home.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Do you have any other questions for administration from council? Not seeing any then. Do we have any delegates? Kimberly Jean. If you could just say your name for the record, and as a reminder, you have 5 minutes to present, and then please remain seated for questions.
Kimberly Jean. Through the chair, good evening, Your Worship and honorable council members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you again today. To start, I'd like to thank administration for including the option for retroactive funding and ask council to support this. Numerous residents have already made significant progress in flood-proofing their properties, and they shouldn't be penalized for being proactive. I do have 4 other concerns that I'd like to bring forward this evening. First, please reconsider including additional stream option proposed to assist with activities like grading and berms. These are very effective tools in mitigating water encroachment and provide viable solutions for added resiliency. Second, the requirement for a property to be an owner's principal residence in order to be eligible for grant funding really puts into question the whole purpose of this grant. I ask council to think about why we want these properties mitigated for flood. Is it to enhance flood resiliency and lessen damages in case of another flood? Then what does it matter if it's a principal residence or not? This requirement goes directly against the stated purpose of this grant. A home is a home. A property needing flood mitigation is a property needing flood mitigation, whether it's a principal residence or not. I would be happy to answer a question or two on this issue at the end of my presentation. Third, again, contemplating the purpose of this grant program, I request that council take another look at the funding level outlined in the policy. I've personally experienced the substantial costs associated with flood mitigation and retrofitting, and I'm very concerned that for those considering flood accommodation in the coming year, the proposed maximum household distribution or maximum household disbursements for this grant may not be enough to incentivize uptake once owners do the research on costs, on true costs. Finally, I'd like to address the overwhelming red tape, low property values, and regulatory restrictions facing residents who seek to implement flood mitigation measures, renovate their properties, or protect their investments. Other jurisdictions here and around the world allow for regulatory flexibility in building options and in permitted and discretionary uses in flood zones because they have consistently determined that this is the optimal way to allow flood zone communities to thrive, protect property values, and protect property rights. Why are we not doing this? We have an amazing opportunity to think big, to protect property owners and emulate the rest of the world in controlled development on floodplains. I also implore you to expedite the application and permitting processes for this program. Do all you can do to reduce the red tape and alleviate the financial administrative burden on Draper residents. At the end of the day, this policy should help enable, not restrict. In doing these things, you will make a lasting and positive impact and ensure a strong future for our community, which has endured immense stress, loss, and uncertainty. Thank you for your time and consideration. I am prepared to respond to any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. What red tape are you find you're running into, Ms. Jean?
Oh, there we go. So we're talking about any, sorry? The list is very long. There's a lot of different hoops and things to jump through, whether it's getting different quotes and whether it's permitting and assessments and surveys and paying for those things. And I would say, just going to consult my notes here. For a normal homeowner, I believe the amount of hoops to jump through is unreasonable and in some cases impossible for a normal person, a normal resident. And we've been through it on a different level, but for many, it won't be worth the stress, the time, and the effort to even bother applying for this program.
Thank you. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Jean, for the presentation. You were talking about you were talking about being a principal owner of the property and how it goes against the whole purpose of it. And you were saying that you'd like to kind of elaborate on that. Could you do that for me, please?
Sure, yeah. There's many instances where if the goal is to make the property safe, resilient, and retain property values, it doesn't matter whether it's a principal residence. For example, what if someone took a job in Grand Prairie and they decided to rent their home? They're not a principal resident, yet the community and that homeowner and that home and property could still greatly benefit from this program. What if someone couldn't make ends meet? They moved in with a family member and decided to sell their home. The future owner can benefit greatly from this flood mitigation program, but it won't be eligible. In our case, the rebuild process has been incredibly long. We're still 3 years later finalizing electrical and plumbing and don't have an occupancy permit. So it actually cannot even be our principal residence. So, would we be not eligible because we've been trying to get in and haven't been able to get in as a resident yet? We've had to live somewhere for 3 years while it was our intention after our house burnt down to build our new home in Draper. So then the flood came just as we were finishing our basic renovations. And then we had to live somewhere for 3 years. So now we have another alternate principal residence. Are we now going to be meant to move to this place so that we can take advantage of this program? There's many different instances, but that's just a few. So that's why my point, a home is a home. A property needing mitigation is a property needing mitigation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, sir, for giving me a chance. Madam, very well presented your case. Really impressive, and I'm convinced you must be helped. You people have a lot of right on the community because of the services. One thing, red tapeism, already Mayor has asked it, but still I think there are certain things in your mind, and you have said that ask to expedite it. Surely administration is listening, they would expedite it, but thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Are there any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Mrs. G.
Thank you.
Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that the Draper Household Flood Risk Reduction Grant Program Policy FIN-420 dated July 11th, 2023 be approved.
Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Weigel?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Any other further questions or for administration from council? followed by debate points. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to put in the amendment about the principal property. I do agree with Ms. Jean as she talks about that and the fact that it could be anybody living in that property, not necessarily the principal owner. But if I own the house and my son's living there, why isn't he protected? And so I think there's lots of instances for that. And so I would like to put that in there. And I don't know if that's something where administration has to go back or if I can just put that right in the motion to be able to move forward. The second question is that with a grant program, if we look at adding something like berms and grading, is this something that we can do? Can we approve this grant going forward as is and then add to it later? Question for administration.
Legal services. Kelly, I'll just, if I could just speak to the policy change that's been requested. If there is a request to amend, administration will have to amend the policy, and we can have that back for the next council meeting
in September.
So it will be at council's direction, and the policy will be amended in accordance with council's direction. Thank you, Kelly Hansen.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel and to be confirmed by Chris Davis, but the policy has been written in a way that it allows for exceptions. So the policy has a way in which if there's a need for a unique consideration to be made, we have the latitude within it to do just that. The example that Ms. Jean just provided is one that I would expect would absolutely be something that could be considered through the exceptions. There's a panel that would be set up that is able to review those and consider where we may need to have some flexibility, understanding unique circumstances of households. What it is that we're looking to do is ensure that we're supporting dwellings that have families or individuals residing within them. It's not that we're, and so that's really what the program's been developed with in mind. And what we're looking to eliminate is by looking I guess writing it generally enough that we can have the conversation with residents. So the program has been written that way. To her point as well, it really is set up in a way to help us enable and not restrict. We're going to do everything we can to move people through it as expediently as possible. The second piece to your question, Councillor Weigel, is could you consider something at a later date? I think we've seen that previously with other grant programs throughout the organization, that if overwhelmingly it's not meeting the expectations or it's not doing what it's intended to do, I would certainly understand that residents would expect for us to come back to council, and I would certainly anticipate that we would do just that. Also aligned with other grant programs, we would certainly be reporting on it on our whatever frequency is desired by council to help provide line of sight on how it's progressing and moving forward.
Thank you, Director Hansen. I guess, yeah, because my worry is that if we're not going to have uptake in the program, there's not much point of having a program go forward. And so if there's controversy on what that looks like, I don't know if it's better to go back to administration, or like you said, if there's a panel that can go through that, or the best way to go. And so
through the chair to Councillor Weigel, if I could, it may be, if it's something that council, again, with the interest of time, that if it's something that council was choosing to support this evening, we would be able to start having those conversations with residents. And for those that it is well aligned to, they could start doing that work now in the construction season. The risk with coming back in a future council meeting would be that we may lose access to the construction season and being able to complete that work in advance of 2024 spring river breakup.
Thank you. So just for clarification, just for my clarification one more time, if we move forward with this, the two things that Mrs. Jean brought up with being in the principal property, one of the principal property, we have a way to manage that where a panel would hear individuals through that. And then if we want to come back at a further time to do funding for grading and berms, that's a possibility to do that at a later date, but we could move forward with this right now and still work on those, is how I heard that.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, I'd ask Chris Davis just to confirm, but my understanding is that the policy's been written in a way that we have flexibility that would allow for us to consider the principal residents. And then absolutely, I'm confident in the fact that if we needed to bring something else forward to complement the program, we're certainly positioned to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, I concur with Director Hansen. I just say that I would prefer that council give us clear direction. Then we amend there is some flexibility, but if I start amending on the fly, I could take the word out principal out of of section 4, I think it's 3.4.2, because we don't want it to apply to any commercial use. So, but then there are other consequential amendments. So while I don't disagree with Director Hansen, and there is discretion in the policy, I would prefer that council give us clear direction, state what you're prepared to approve and the amendments you're seeking. That would endorse the policy subject to us bringing it back to council for final approval.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Councilor Dogar.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, I missed one acknowledgement. While talking to Mrs. Jeans, I acknowledge the great efforts of Jean's family with Frances Jean, with my first acquaintance.
Sorry, Councilor
She was
Dogar,
a great.
right now we're just.
No, just one sentence which she helped me a lot to become a community member, groomed me, guided me, encouraged me. Thank you very much. I pray all the time for her. Thank you.
Do you have any other questions or debate points from council? Councilor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to put it forward with the amendment of the removal of 3.4.2. Only principal residents are eligible. Thank you.
Councilor Stroud, do you accept that amendment? Do you want to vote on it? Councilor Stroud?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Do you have any questions or debate points on the new motion?
Your Worship.
Amended motion?
Your Worship.
Yep.
I just wanted to make a point. If the motion is to amend by deleting 3.4.2, that's a substantive amendment, and only because I would recommend or suggest that that language be amended just to remove the word principal. So it just says, if it would just say the words only residences are eligible, that clarifies that it doesn't apply to any commercial or other properties.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. We're just going to take a moment to get that in writing so we know what we're actually voting on here. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to withdraw my past motion and put forward a new motion. That the Draper Household Flood Risk Reduction Grant Policy, FIN 420, be amended to remove the word principal throughout.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Can someone second that motion? Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any questions or debate points of council? Not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Now we're voting on the amendment of the policy.
We're back to voting on the original policy as amended. So it's that layering of your motions. We voted on the amendment. Now we're back to voting on the policy, which has been amended.
So Councillor Stroud's first one. Okay. Now we're voting on Councillor Stroud's original motion with the amended policy. All in favor? And and against? That's carried with 2 opposed. Thank you. I think right now council can take a 10-minute break, bio break, and breathe. And I want to thank everyone for coming in tonight. It's good to see all the residents engaged in coming into the meetings, and it's good to hear from everybody. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Next, we have the Waterfront Park Revitalization Report. I'd like to invite Keith Smith, Director of Public Works, Erica Brewer, Chair of Waterfront Advisory Committee, and Amy McGowan, Urban Systems, to present the report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilors. For the record, my name is Keith Smith, and I'm the Director of your Public Works Department. With me is Erica Brewer, Chair of the Wood Buffalo Waterfront Advisory Committee. Also with me is Amy McGowan with Urban Systems. Amy is the consultant for the Waterfront Revitalization Project. Tonight's presentation is an update to the Waterfront Revitalization Project based on the direction in the December 2022 Council motion. We will outline the process for engaging with the Waterfront Committee, present the updated concept, and discuss next steps. On December 1st, 2022, rmwb Council made the following motion: that administration work with the Wood Buffalo Waterfront Advisory Committee to review the current design for the waterfront project, eliminate any unnecessary elements, stewarding towards a project that remains in alignment with the engagement feedback from the Indigenous communities, and in keeping with the approved budget, and bring forward an updated design to Council as soon as possible. Following the motion, the project team engaged extensively with the Waterfront Advisory Committee to begin a series of meetings over the courses of 5 months to introduce the project and provide background on the history and timeline, conduct a series of workshops, review the project objectives and project costs, and provide an updated concept plan. As a result of those meetings, the Waterfront Advisory Committee has made recommendations for the focus area and park improvements, eliminating unnecessary elements. We are here tonight to present those recommendations to Council and seek Council's direction for next steps for the Waterfront Revitalization Project. I'm now going to pass it over to Erica Brewer, Chair of the Wood Buffalo Waterfront Advisory Committee, to provide a summary of the committee meetings that led to the redesign of the waterfront project.
Thank you. After Council's motion on December 1st, 2022, the Waterfront Advisory Committee went back and started working with administration and urban systems to come up with a new design. Over the last 5 months, we've met a total of 6 times. We had 2 workshops to set the project priorities and the areas that we wish to work on. Once this was completed, Urban Systems came back with a new design. The committee agreed that the new design came in at a too high of a budget, and we reduced the concept design, and that's what they will be presenting to you this evening. At our meeting on February the 9th, we really just went over a reintroduction of the project and where we are to date. This slide gives you a history of this project. At this meeting, we also revisited the information that was obtained from the community and stakeholder engagements. Some of the insights from the engagements were truth and reconciliation, connectivity and safety, vehicular circulation, access, support, events, amenities, cultural significance, touch the water. The committee reviewed the previous designs. At that committee meeting, we also had our first workshop where project objectives were given from the engagement sessions, which were functionality and resilience, culture and history, economic development and tourism, recreation. The committee also reviewed key design components and their costs. At this meeting, we did an exercise where we were able to rate, according to our own guidelines, what we thought the priority objectives were, the project objectives were. At our second meeting, which was another workshop held on March the 6th, we reviewed the information gathered from engagement sessions with Indigenous stakeholders. To ensure Indigenous partner feedback was reflected and to align with Council's motion. At this meeting, we redid the exercise where we were able to rate the project objectives. They changed somewhat. Interestingly enough, enhanced opportunity to touch the water was the biggest change, moving up to the number 2 position. Coordinating with flood mitigation, promoting inclusivity and accessibility, and to commemorate regional history and culture all remained very important to the committee. After the 2 workshops, at the April meeting, the committee made the following motion: that the Wood Buffalo Waterfront Advisory Committee recommend updating the project scope areas for the waterfront revitalization to include only areas within Reach 1 to 4. During the next meeting, the committee reviewed key elements from previous design with the support of the design consultants, made recommendations on design elements to keep and which to reduce and which to remove. Each design element was mapped to show its cost compared to its impact. The number of project guiding principles it achieved. As you can see from the image here, the size of each bubble also represents alignment with Indigenous partner feedback. In general, design elements that cost less and achieve more impact were recommended to be kept as part of the reduced design. Those that achieved more impact but were also at a higher cost were recommended to be scaled back. Design elements that achieved less impact and cost more were recommended for removal. Those with a lower cost and lower impact were recommended for removal, but to be added or to be considered if additional future budget was available. At the April 27th meeting, after assessing the design elements against the project objectives, including community impact and the cost, the committee made the following motion: that the Waterfront Advisory Committee recommend that Sny Point function as a passive recreation green space location with a simplified event space. On our June 5th meeting, we reviewed the reduced concept design. That design came in at roughly $19 million. After discussing the budget, the committee decided to reduce the scope and the area and made the following committee motion: that the Wood Buffalo Waterfront Advisory Committee recommend council's approval for the revised water park concept design for Sny Point, specifically only to the area located east of Harding Street within Reach 4.
Thanks, Erica. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name's Amy McGowan. I'm a principal and community consultant with Urban Systems, and we're the design consultant for the Waterfront project. This evening, I'll be presenting the details of the proposed reduced design cost concept and cost estimate for the Waterfront Park as being recommended by Wood Buffalo Waterfront Advisory Committee. This slide shows an overview of the initial concept on the left-hand side compared to the reduced concept on the right-hand side. And this image shows the entire footprint of the Waterfront Park area. As you can see here, sections of the existing waterfront that were previously included in the project footprint have been removed or reduced as a result of this process that the Waterfront Advisory Committee undertook in the preceding 5 months. The reduced concept design being proposed today works within the total capital budget of $30 million previously approved by Council. The concept focuses capital investment to specific locations along the waterfront where the highest return for value and for the community are expected. The design is conservative and scaled back compared to the prior design, and the focus areas of investment are within reaches 1 to 4 along the waterfront or along the Sny, as well as Sny Point area, and then along Reach 6 and Hospital Street, as well as Horse Pasture Park in the future. The next few slides will walk through the reduced concept, first focusing on the Sny Point area, and then second, the remainder of the Waterfront Park. So this slide here shows, for the Sny Point area, a comparison between the previous design that was proposed, which came in at an estimated cost of $34 million, with the proposed reduced design concept. The previous concept design at $34 million versus the reduced concept design at $14 million represents an overall reduction of over 58% in the estimated construction cost, or more than half, for the Sny Point area. So what was removed? The reduced concept for the Sny Point area eliminates several of the major design elements to reduce the overall estimated cost. Those elements that were removed were deemed to meet fewer of the project priorities or have a higher cost and a lower impact on achieving the overall objectives for the community, maintaining some alignment with Indigenous partner feedback, as well as items that could be removed or returned to at a later date or in future. This slide just shows a summary or a list of the design elements that were removed from the project during the process that the Waterfront Advisory Committee undertook. To be noted that all those removed elements are things that could be shelved or removed for later. And this diagram just illustrates the physical areas where the design elements were removed from the project. So what's included? The remaining proposed reduced design concept for the Sny Point area consists mainly of core park elements or improvements and additional design elements to increase functionality and resiliency of the area, although substantially reduced from the initial design. When we talk about core park improvements to the Sny Point area, we're talking about site grading, drainage improvements across the site furnishings, whether it's an addition to or replacement of benches, barbecue pits, picnic tables, etc. Soft landscaping, so seating, sod, trees, shrubs, as well as your minimum electrical and lighting to meet engineering design standards. The design elements that were retained but reduced in scope are listed here on this slide. And the design reductions were achieved mostly through reducing physical volume altogether, so just completely removing items out of the scope, as well as simplifying the materials that were used in the design and reducing the complexity of any of those components put forward. This diagram just illustrates the area where those design elements have been retained but reduced in scope. And this slide just shows, again, a comparison side by side from the previous design on the left-hand side to the proposed reduced concept on the right-hand side for the Sny Point area. So on to the remainder of the park beyond the Sny Point area itself. The overall reduced concept design being presented by the committee this evening recommends the approximately $11 million to be invested in the remaining area of the park. Most of the previous concept design has been removed, and the areas of focus, as mentioned before, are limited to reaches 1 to 3, right along the Sny, Hospital Street and Reach 6, as well as Horse Pasture Park. These areas would need to be completed, of course, in coordination with flood mitigation and are intended to maintain a lighter footprint through the waterfront landscape, enhancing the natural environment, as well as maintaining alignment with great feedback from Indigenous partners. The exact scope will still need to be coordinated with flood mitigation for the remainder of the park area, but the concept includes the following list of possible scope items that could be included over time. And that includes potential improvements to the Morimoto Drive area around water access and park space, spot improvements or connections to the existing trail network along the waterfront, site furnishings, soft landscaping, interpretive signage and wayfinding, dock restoration improvements to honor regional history along Reach 6, Hospital Street Plaza, which is in alignment with the Downtown Area Redevelopment Plan, as well as Tom Weber boat launch improvements. With that summary, I will pass it back to Keith Smith, Director of Public Works, to talk about next steps.
Thank you, Erica. Thank you, Amy. Next steps. After working with the Waterfront Advisory Committee to review the current design and remove unnecessary elements, the following motion is proposed. That administration proceed with the reduced scope concept design for the waterfront park by completing the design and construction of a Sny Point area east of Arden Street as recommended by the committee, continuing to work with the Wood Buffalo Waterfront Advisory Committee to finalize the detailed concept for the remainder of the park and complete construction. We are currently here to present the redesign of the waterfront, and we are seeking council's support in moving the project forward. The next steps would begin the detailed design and construction documents of the Sny Point area as soon as possible for delivery to the market in the winter of 2024 and to begin construction in 2024. The design for the remaining waterfront will commence upon further engagement with the Waterfront Advisory Committee, coordination with permanent flood mitigation, and other key internal stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation and all the work that's gone into designing this new area. Do we have any questions for the presenters from council? I'm not seeing any. Do we have any delegates to this item? Thank you.
We have no registered delegates for this item.
Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Ball?
Thank you. I move that administration proceed with the concept design as presented for the Waterfront Park by completing the design and construction of the Snipe Point area east of Hardin Street as recommended by the Wood Buffalo Waterfront Advisory Committee, and continue its work with the Wood Buffalo Waterfront Advisory Committee to review and finalize the detailed concept for the remainder of the Waterfront Park and complete construction.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Can someone second that motion? Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for administration followed by debate points? I'm not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And Councillor Walkwin? Councillor Walkwin, are you with us there? Is there any opposed? Not seeing it is carried unanimously. Next, we have the report on Community Investment Program Policy, FIN 220. I'd like to invite Deanne Berge, Director, Community and Protective Services, and Chantel Beaver, Chair, Community Investment Program Advisory Committee, as well as Devin Levinkin, Deloitte, to present the report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Deanne Berge. I'm the Director of Community and Protective Services. With me tonight is Chantel Beaver, Chair of the Community Investment Program Advisory Committee, and Darren Livanek, Partner with Deloitte. We are presenting an overview of the Community Investment Program Policy Review. On February 8th, 2022, Council passed a motion directing administration to bring forward a bylaw creating the Community Investment Program Advisory Committee, with the purpose of conducting a review of the Community Investment Program and updating the policy. On March 29th, 2022, Council approved the CIP Advisory Committee. Since then, the committee has been working closely with Deloitte to perform a thorough review of the policy. The committee recommendations are before you tonight for consideration.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As Deanne noted, my name is Chantel Beaver. I've been chairing as a member at large the CIP Advisory Committee. The mandate of the CIP Advisory Committee is to review the municipal's community investment program and make recommendations to Council on improvements and enhancements, including, but not limited to, increasing efficiencies within and creating synergies between the program and the social profit community and funding received from other levels of government, eliminating duplicate services within the social profit sector, as well as services provided by the municipality, the granting process for the municipal controlled organizations, clarifying program eligibility criteria, monitoring and evaluating applications, and establishing or determining grant deliverables.
And finally, recommending the future role of this committee, including but not limited to consideration of future grant application reviews, alignment with council policy, the municipal development plan, or other council strategic priorities. The recommendations being provided this evening have been considered and discussed by the council elected committee, whom I represent this evening.
On behalf of our team from Deloitte, my name is Darren Livenuk, and I'm the partner responsible for our work with the Community Investment Program Advisory Committee. Our team began work with the committee in December 2022. We were selected by the CIP Advisory Committee through a competitive procurement process. Our team was selected because we have direct experience conducting similar reviews and significant expertise in the area of granting programs, both as advisors and operators who partner with similar programs to support the evaluation process. The purpose of our review was to conduct extensive consultation and research to support the advisory committee in developing evidence-based recommendations to better align how the program operates with leading practices. The graphic on the screen now provides an overview of the process that we undertook to support the advisory committee. Our approach included the following key steps to inform the committee. We reviewed more than 90 documents provided by administration, including policies, process documents, application forms, evaluation templates, and more. We conducted a jurisdiction scan where we looked at similar programs that operate in 10 comparable communities to understand the practices in place and to learn from both their successes and failures. And we conducted consultations with 6 members of the CIP administration team, 7 representatives from the committee and other municipal departments, and representatives from 7 social profit organizations that have received funding from the program in the past year. We also obtained survey feedback from more than 60 program recipients that represented 48% of the funded parties last year. We compiled our findings and recommendations from this research for presentation to the advisory committee. This included a report summarizing our findings and recommendations, as well as proposed edits to the CIP policy and an administrative procedure to support implementation. Through the findings and proposed amendments discussed were validated with the committee throughout. Through the final stages of our work, the committee was meeting weekly to discuss the findings, to provide feedback or request clarification where more information was required, and to refine the recommended policy and process changes based on the objectives of the committee. On the screen, we'll see the list of the 10 peer municipalities that we reviewed programs from. When choosing peers to be included in this scan, various criteria were considered to ensure the entities reviewed were relevant and comparable. These factors included their municipal demographics, cost of living, economic conditions, and population density. Put simply, we were looking for communities that experience similar social challenges and have similar community needs. The scan included looking at publicly available information on how these programs run, as well as leveraging our team's experience from past work. While there was robust discussion in front of the committee about the lessons learned from these programs, the scan uncovered 2 key opportunities for improvement. First, the regional municipality is the only community we looked at that does not set a fixed budget for their community impact program as part of the traditional annual budgeting process. Rather, the historical practice has been to receive applications and then apply to council for funding approval based on the applications received. Second, the regional municipality is one of only 3 organizations out of the 11, including the regional municipality, where council directly approves the grants in a public forum and it is the only organization that manages appeals of unsuccessful applications in a public forum. As mentioned, as part of a rigorous consultation process, we engaged with various stakeholders to better understand how the program is or is not working effectively. This included interviews with administration to understand their experience promoting and delivering the program, committee representatives, including the small organization, large organization, and rural and indigenous organization representatives, and many social profit organizations who have applied for and received these grants in the past. The feedback we received provided a holistic view of the end-to-end process and how the program both positively and negatively affects each stakeholder group. The consultations were designed to ensure that we would receive feedback from representatives of each key stakeholder group, including but not limited to both small and large social profit organizations, both newly formed and mature organizations, organizations serving rural, indigenous, and multicultural stakeholders, and organizations receiving FCSS funding. The interviews and survey responses we received were representative of all of these different areas. Through these consultations, we heard a number of key themes. First, from a strengths perspective, the program rated extremely highly for the level of assistance available to applicants and the user-friendly nature of the application portal. More than 2/3 of the respondents rated the support received very highly. This reflects the hard work of the administration team to ensure that eligible organizations have equal opportunity to access funding. But there were a number of consistent improvement opportunities we heard. Opportunities to simplify the granting stream, eligibility criteria, and application process. We heard a consistent challenge that many of the social profit organizations were dependent on the funding to continue to operate at a similar level. And we heard that there are many opportunities to streamline the application and reporting process, especially for smaller organizations, to reduce the burden on both administration and the social profit organizations. When we look at the recommendations, based on the extensive consultation completed, we summarized our findings for the committee. Our recommendations from the review covered 3 key themes. The first was around segregation of duties. Among other recommendations, we recommended the council appoint an approval committee to review shortlisted applications and provide final approval as a step towards clarifying roles and responsibilities. From a program intent perspective, we recommended a number of strategies to increase the alignment between council's strategic priorities, the application process, and the evaluation process, as well as community needs. And finally, we recommended a number of strategies to improve the efficiency, sustainability, and service delivery of the program through updates to the policy, application, and review process. Collectively, these recommendations are intended to ensure that the program can continue to fund the community organizations that best align with Council's strategic priorities and needs within the community.
This chart shows an annual comparison between the Community Investment Program grants requested by the organizations, which is the bar on the left, the grants recommended by administration, which is the bar in the middle, and the council-approved grants, which is the bar on the right. The spike in 2020 was related to an unusually high amount of community capital grant requests. This chart does not include municipal facility operators' capital or operating budgets.
This table provides a snapshot of how spending on the CIP compares to other jurisdictions that we reviewed on a total and per capita basis. The table on the left summarizes data obtained from public budget records for each municipality. Note that there are 2 lines for the regional municipality. The first is based on the census population. The second includes an estimate of the shadow population that can indirectly benefit from these grants. The graphic on the right is a visual representation that shows how these programs compare on both of these bases. Note that we did remove the municipality or municipal facility operating grant and capital grants for the purposes of this analysis, including the Regional Recreation Corporation and others. We have recommended, as part of the recommendations, that the municipal facility grants be treated under an amended policy, separately under an amended policy. But what we found in general is that the regional municipality continues to be one of the most significant contributors to community programs among its peers. Even while considering the shadow population, the regional municipality continues to be among the highest per capita contributors to their community impact programs. The scope and the impact of the grant, the scope of the program and the impact that these grants have on the community is something that council and administration should be extremely proud of. However, this does reiterate the importance of ensuring that this program can operate in an efficient and economical manner to drive the most potential value for everybody involved.
The current state of the granting process is that all eligible applications are considered for funding. The scores are completed, but priority ranking is not used for recommendations, given the lack of a predefined budget. The scoring matrix, paired with the current policy, does not drive strategic investment aligned to community need and funding priorities. The current assessment criteria is based on past contract compliance, program and project basic eligibility, outcome measurement, reconciliation, partnerships and support, and budget details. If the revised policy is approved, the future state of the granting process would see council setting a predefined budget and funding opportunities. Administration would review applications for eligibility and prepare proposed recommendations for consideration of the approval committee. The approval committee would review the applications and scoring and allocate the predefined budget set by council. Based on best practices, the scoring matrix would be improved with updates to criteria that align with the program objectives. The revised policy is recommended to support the program, to allow for strategic community investment, and to measure social return on investment in alignment with the municipality's strategic priorities and funding priorities.
The approval committee will be appointed by council to analyze and evaluate grant applications using the guidelines, policy criteria, and organizational outcomes. The intent is to run an equitable and transparent process that eliminates the potential subjectivity of application scoring. For the 2024 budget funding cycle, the administrative recommendation is for this current CIPAC committee to act as the approval committee. A mechanism to score applicants was developed in alignment with council's strategic plan and other council-approved plans, along with assessment criteria contained in this policy. Applications will be assessed on the following criteria: applicant capacity, 25%. Project feasibility, 25%, evidence of need, contribution to community resiliency, each at 25%.
Administration will support the process from start to finish. This includes the opening and closing of applications and the support services required for the applicants and the approval committee. There will be a preliminary review of the applications to remove those that do not meet eligibility criteria. The criteria will have been explicitly provided well in advance. Administration will prepare and present proposed grant recommendations to the approval committee. Administration will clarify eligibility and guidelines to increase the fairness and streamline the application process. The accountability for organizations to demonstrate that deliverables are in line with the intent of the program will be managed in the review of reports submitted by recipients.
With the proposed amendments, this process will no longer present a blurred line between governance and operations. The proposed policy amendments provide a clear roadmap for Council to define the strategic priorities that will inform implementation by an administrative team and approval by an appointed committee. Under the proposed policy, Council will continue to play the leading role in defining the structure for this process by setting the strategic priorities that inform the development of the eligibility criteria, application form, and evaluation process, by appointing an approval committee that will carry out the evaluation process based on the priorities of Council, and in defining a budget for the CIP program and for the grant approval committee that will provide clarity around the funding available to support different community needs with consideration of the region's fiscal capacity. To reiterate, under the proposed process, Council will define the structure for a controlled and transparent system to facilitate granting. The Grant Approval Committee and administration will work together to deliver on a budget, scoring, and approval process based on Council's priorities. The recommended changes will better align the delivery of this program with best practices and better align funding decisions with desired community impact. These changes will take the decision-making process around granting out of the political arena and ensure that Council's priorities can be realized through an objective, transparent, and fair process.
In the revised policy, Council's role includes appointing the approval committee, setting strategic funding priorities, and approving the CIP funding amount during the budget cycle for the Community Sustaining Grant, Community Capital Grant, Community Impact Grant, and the Games Legacy Grant. The approval committee will allocate the approved amount that was provided during the budget process. Municipal facility operators and subsidiary organization budget requests will be presented to Council during the Community and Protective Services budget, as was done in 2023. The results of Deloitte's research indicated the CIP program intent was not well understood by all relevant parties. There is an opportunity to establish the intent of the program and align it to the target specific community needs as defined by Council's strategic priorities, along with other Council-approved documents. The community investment funding priorities are driven from Council's strategic plan and other Council-approved plans, such as the Wood Buffalo Age-Friendly Work Plan, Diversity and Inclusion in Wood Buffalo Culture Plan, Wood Buffalo Public Art Plan, Wood Buffalo Sports Strategic Plan, and the Municipal Development Plan.
With a slight adjustment to the timeline of the grant cycle to allow for a predefined budget, grant agreements will still be distributed to successful organizations in January, February. The current policy, applications open in July, they remain open to September. Agencies are notified of administrative recommendations prior to the budget. Council does approvals during budgets, and grant agreements start in January. Grant agreements, as you can see from the slides, will be distributed in January with current and proposed updated policy. If the proposed policy is approved, the application portal will open on September 15th and will close on November 1st. The initial review for eligibility will be completed by administration by November 30th, and the applications will be reviewed by the review panel in early December to be ready for the approval committee to do the final allocations in early January. Agreements will be sent to organizations by the end of January. The 2024 CIP Communications Plan ensures that social profit organizations will be provided with relevant eligibility information in well-defined grant guidelines and thorough updates outlining how the proposed amendments affect the grant cycle. The longest part of the proposed policy change that impacts organizations is the approval process.
The mandate of the CIP Advisory Committee was to review the CIP program and make recommendations to Council on improvements and enhancements. On May 24th, 2023, the CIP Advisory Committee unanimously agreed to the amendments before you this evening. These recommendations are in line with Deloitte's review findings and are considered best practice. The administrative recommendation is that the Community Investment Program Policy FIN 220, dated July 11th, 2023, be approved, and that administration be directed to bring forward a bylaw for the approval committee. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for all the work you've done thus far on this new policy. A few questions to start. Were there any councils on this committee to work on this policy with you?
Through the chair to the chair, Councillor Grandison was on the committee and Councillor Banjoko was on the committee.
Perfect, thanks. And in new policy, does it give applicants a clear definition of the requirements for funding?
Yes, that is the intention, to provide all of the applicants with more clear and objective guidelines that are defined up front.
Perfect. And one last question is, will there be any assistance for organizations that need to successfully navigate the new policy?
Through the chair to the chair, yes, the administrative team will be available to support organizations that need assistance with the applications.
Perfect.
All the information will be online, and administration actually met with the organizations. They offered a meeting on last Thursday once this agenda was published. We had a morning meeting and an evening meeting for all organizations to come in and just ask questions of what this means to them.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Councillor Dogar?
Yes, sir, thank you very much for giving me, Mr. Mayor. Madam, it's a very good presentation, very elaborate one, very educative. Your CAPs as a whole, I think the non-profits are the CAPs? Okay, thank you. They are doing a good job in the community, but always there's a room for improvement. I have some observations, I'll let you know. How many, my first question is, how many CAPs are there? Total.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, do you mean how many CIP grant streams or
how many non-profits are there?
Oh, yeah.
Designations.
The community has over 400 registered nonprofits with 330 of them active.
300 and what?
30.
Are inactive?
Active.
Active. Okay, 300.
But it's important to note that a registered nonprofit is not
We include 300. What is the total budget?
I cannot give that number. A nonprofit is everything from a school council
No, as a whole,
an
how much
RC.
you give to CAPs? Once I asked, Mr. Mayor told me 45 million. Roundabout.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar. So each year during the budget process, council approves the CIP budget. So over the...
So what is for
so
this?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, in 2023, $46.3 million was approved.
Good enough. It is quite a budget and quite a portion of the budget. For my education, I went to different CIPs, and out of all these, 13 I have visited. And some organizations are very good. They welcome you. And those which are sleeping, they avoid you. And there are CIPs which are sleeping. Don't mind my wordings. This is my personal experience. You give me more addresses, I will start visiting even more. And please tell them that
Councillor
if any
Dogar,
of the...
Right now, just questions on the CIP policy is what we're working on right now.
Sir, we have to get 45 million. I'm feeling it is not being utilized properly.
That's not the,
It's taxpayers'
issue,
money.
issue right
so
now.
it's an observation.
Sorry,
there are
Councillor
so many
Dogar,
people who...
Sorry, Councillor Dogar. The issue right now, what we're dealing with right now is the new CIP policy is what we're talking about, and the new policy they've developed. And we're not talking about what the budget set. The council sets the budget every year. That's not what we're discussing right now.
Taxpayers' money, wherever it goes,
We're not
it
talking
has
about
to
the
be
budget right now.
scrutinized. It should be.
Do you have
it is
a question for
presentation
them?
going. It is not a budget
Do you have
meeting.
a question?
Sir, it is not a budget meeting. It is a presentation
Do you have
going.
a question?
Okay, what is the monitoring procedure?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar. So the monitoring procedure is there's outcome measurements required. So depending on the amount that the organization receives, we have either 6-month or annual reporting. At any time, if administration has any concerns, we can ask for further information from the organization.
Okay, good enough. Is there any physical checkings or monitoring also?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, we don't go and oversee it on site. We respect the reporting that comes back from the organization.
No, fine, that is all paperwork. So I would recommend it that physical monitoring should also be done. And they, of course, councillors are listening, those two councillors, they would exert more. And what is the duration of the councillors for these committees?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, can you repeat the last question?
What is the duration of the councillors for these committees?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, the councillors are given committees each year in the organizational review.
Each year they're changed?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar.
I feel this is the most important, 1 year, 45 million, 46 million. Surely next time I would be a candidate for that.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, I just want to clarify something. The budget approval happens at council. So that doesn't happen at the committee administration, nor the committee creates the budget. Council sets the budget.
At what stage the councillor comes into it? Councillor is responsible for every welfare of every individual in all Fort McMurray. At what stage he can see whether the welfare is done properly or not?
Councillor Dogar, on this committee to come up with a new policy, on this committee that we're discussing today, Councillor Benjoko and Councillor Grandison were on the committee. Those two councillors represented the council on the committee.
Okay, thank you very much.
Through the chair, just to answer the original question, 16.4 million is the number that we're discussing today when it's relevant to the CIP policy. Within the 46 million, we also have our facility operators, which includes organizations such as McDonald Island Park and the organizations within the Regional Rec Corp.
Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the presentation. The recommendation by Deloitte that in the appeal process to reduce the politicization of appeals, that's quite a word, there should be a structured process with clear expectations that eliminates council involvement. What will be the structured process for appeals?
So the leading practice that we see is to have a decision-based information process. So upfront, the program should have well-defined objectives for what is funded, what the eligibility for that funding is, and what people are evaluated for in the application process. On the back end, after applications are deemed successful or not, the leading organizations have an information-based process where they provide feedback on how these were evaluated and selected. To assure this council, there are processes throughout the application collection, review, and screening where additional feedback can be gathered from the social profits to ensure that their application is complete, that it is meeting the objectives of the evaluation committee, and that all the information is available to fairly evaluate it through that process. And then typically similar municipalities will provide a process through the whistleblower policy where a organization feels they weren't treated fairly or objectively throughout the process, but there is not typically an appeal, especially not in a public forum in front of the council. That is atypical, and of the 10 organizations that we looked at, the regional municipality was the only one that is following that process.
So will there be council members who are part of the review committee also on the appeal committee?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Deanne.
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud. So I just want to clarify there is no appeal committee, but it's council's will on who's on the approval committee. So if this policy is passed, administration will come forward in September with a bylaw recommending a grant approval committee. And at that time, council can decide whether council members are going to be a part of it, whether they're going to vote. All of that will happen. So tonight is really just the policy, and if the policy passes, then we'll come forward in September looking for a grant approval committee.
Thank you. So the other question is, did Deloitte reach out to non-for-profit organization for feedback? And did it include the communities such as Conklin, who normally receive some funding?
So we reached out through 3 different processes. So we did meet one-on-one with members of the committee that were appointed to specifically represent different types of social profit organizations. We also had direct interviews with a selection of different social profit organizations that represented different criteria of different organizations that partner. And we also received feedback from 62 successful funding recipients from the previous year. I do not have the answer in front of me as to whether we spoke with that specific organization, but the intent of all of these steps was to get representative feedback that covered all the different types of organizations that are applying for, receiving, and benefiting funding through this program.
Thank you. It's just that we are a very large municipality, and Conklin is 150 kilometers from here, and you got Port Chipewyan 250, and, you know, I just wondered if they were also included, you know, because they do get the funding.
Councillor, through the chair to Councillor Stroud, with the, I'll ask Janelle to correct me if I'm wrong, but within the rural and Indigenous consultation, 50% of the funded organizations did respond in some manner.
Yes,
that's good.
That is
Thank
correct.
You. Thank you, Chantal. My other question is, when the RMWB is doing benchmarking, I'm curious as to why we would not be including specialized municipalities, as that is what we are.
We looked at a number of different municipalities that had different commonalities in terms of the type of industries they have, the size of the shadow population, and some of the specific concerns related to those. We went through this process based on a criteria that we agreed on with the advisory committee that we felt was most representative, and we did review that list of municipalities and validate it with the committee and refine it based on feedback we received.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Bussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to the presenters. 2 things, and maybe Chantal will answer the first one. The January 15th date, I'm assuming that all nonprofit or social profit are on a calendar year or not on a calendar year. How would the not knowing until January 15 impact staffing and spend?
Through Mayor Bowman to Councillor Bossier, every nonprofit has a different fiscal year. I know the food banks is August. Majorities align with the provincial government at April 1st. So it's going to be different for various organizations. Typically, in my experience, we don't find out until January anyway. Usually, if we're lucky, we'll find out in December, depending on how the budget process goes and all those things. So it's not a significant change in the timeline.
Is it a concern prior to this? Was it the date ever a concern to any nonprofit?
I would venture to say that yes, it's been a concern to nonprofits in the past. Some more than others, based on we do have nonprofits that work off a calendar year, and of course, not knowing, especially when we do have some of these organizations that are highly dependent, would be a concern.
Okay, and then I guess my only other question is the 16 million. When you look at the jurisdictional scan, I mean, I think most of us sitting in the room and watching would guess our population is nowhere near 106,000, even including shadow. I mean, we had 88,000 evacuate in 2016, and our stats tell us that 17 to 20% of our population never returned. So if you dummy down that number, the grant dollars per capita is probably going to go up. Is that a good thing or bad thing for the region?
Through the chair to the councillor, you are correct that if you reduce the estimate of the shadow population, that increases the amount per capita. What it reflects is that a significant budget commitment is being made to achieve certain goals through partnership with the social profit sector. And we see the impact of that. the recommendations today are intended to introduce better alignment between council's priorities and how that funding is distributed, ultimately with the goal of increasing the impact and value for money of that investment. But as to whether it is a good thing or a bad thing, that this is the chosen mechanism of achieving some of those services, that would be a question for council during budget deliberations.
Okay, I think it was a bit of a rhetoric question, but appreciate the response. I guess at the end of the day, if you look at, I mean, there's that one, and I think it's in Australia. It just seems to be real high. Is there a reason for it? I mean, it's a small population, a lot of money, but it just seems like out of line with the rest of the properties used or cities used in your scan.
Through the chair to the councillor, that is correct. It is in Australia, and so some of the difference is in the cost of living in the region, the cost of providing different services. And you're right, it is a smaller community, and it has a disproportionately higher shadow population. But we considered it in the interest of being robust because they deal with a lot of similar challenges where they have a significant shadow population that is coming in to work related to the energy industry. So we thought we might benefit from seeing practices that are in place in other countries, not just practices across Alberta and Canada.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Councilor Dogar, you have a question?
Thank you very much, sir. No question, but just a suggestion that is for you, that there are so many committees and councillors are earmarked rightly, as you said, but the councillors should also give some presentation or question answer so that they know for that period what have they done for that particular thing, maybe transport, maybe airport, maybe this committee, so that things are expedited. Thank you.
Councilor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to appreciate the committee for the work and also administration. Thank you. I was wondering if it's possible that we can move from the current budgeting plans or no budgeting to fixed budget. Do you think it's realistic, Deanne?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, I absolutely think it's possible. My intention would be when we come forward with the Community and Protective Services budget, there will be one line item in there for this, and there will be a clear explanation. There will be a slide showing what the trends have been. The intention of this policy is not to reduce the community investment by 50%. The intention of this policy is to have a predefined budget so we can really start using some outcome measurements. The application piece is really important. How it sits right now in the current policy, pretty much every applicant that is eligible, whether the program is really beneficial or not, there's no reason to say no. So I think it's very realistic, and Darren could tell you it's not uncommon. It is uncommon to not have a predefined budget. So it will be different this year. The budget will be, if this policy passes, the budget will be approved, and then the grants will be approved to fit into that cap.
Thank you. And then the other question is around the change in the appeal process. Is that's going to come to us first?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, did you say the approval process?
The appeal process.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, so I want to be clear, there is no appeal process. So the intention behind this policy is if there is an organization that applies and they are not successful, administration will go through their application with them to show them where they could improve. If they look at that and they receive that information and they feel that they're hard done by, there's the whistleblower policy that they can go and a third party can review it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Benjoko. Councilor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. It's my understanding that applications will be now going through a procurement process. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, no, that's not correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Are there any other questions for the presenters from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you very much. And do we have any delegates to this item?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We have one registered delegate this evening joining us via Teams.
And that's Luana Boussier of St. Aidan's Society, joining us virtually.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Bowman and Council. Is it acceptable that I keep my camera off? I'm in a hotel in Edmonton with some sketchy internet. That's good? Okay,
That's fine, Luana. If you just say your name for the record and just have 5 minutes to present and just remain online for questions, please.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Luana Boussier. I'm the Executive Director of St. Aidan's Society, a nonprofit organization in the community. And just for transparency, I am also Lance's sister. So I just wanted to thank the committee for all their work and the administration. I wasn't able to attend the either meeting on Thursday. I was in a medical appointment, the morning one, and then driving back to McMurray. So I'm very appreciative of the change in focus to fund outcome-driven practice and service delivery. And this is something agencies have been asking for a while. And effective organizations deliver results. So using that as the assessment and evaluation tool is appreciated by me anyways. A couple concerns that I have that I wanted to address was I'm just puzzled why the scoring sheets wouldn't automatically be shared with agencies and why we would have to ask for them. Making agency ask for it and only giving 30 days seems counterproductive to improving the service delivery and building stronger partner agencies. So I'm just wondering why that would be. And I guess I get to wonder aloud because I can't ask the presenters questions, but food for thought. I'm a little bit confused about the process and the committee. It seems to me that administration or a team of RMWB staff is going to be assessing all the applications and then giving them to the committee to basically approve. And I'm just wondering why, following a process like United Way with their Community Investment Committee, where the council-appointed committee or whoever you guys recommend wouldn't be part of going through all of those applications with administration or the team of municipal employees, just for a more transparent process. The other thing is I'm a little bit concerned about that I didn't find addressed online clear in the policy, at least to me, was about the Truth and Reconciliation and Indigenous service delivery. And it just really deeply concerns me that agencies tick a box and say that, they're delivering Indigenous services and that they maybe get a higher scoring or get more funding. And I just really feel our Indigenous communities deserve a lot better than having agencies claim to be addressing a call to action that simply isn't intended in their program service delivery. And they equally deserve better than having agencies arrive in their communities without being invited or working collaboratively with the community stakeholders in Indigenous communities and hamlets and their leaders. The reality is most of the calls to action fall towards levels of government, and while our sector for sure needs false allyship is disrespectful to our Indigenous communities. And then just finally, my biggest concern, or one of my biggest concerns, is when Councillor Grandison made this motion, he specifically spoke about addressing duplication. And I didn't see a lot of discussion around that. And he specifically also talked about addressing RMWB duplication. And I'm just wondering if there's going to be a process developed around this, because it doesn't appear to be addressed beyond some statements about eliminating duplication. And the lack of clarity gives me considerable pause Will we be engaged as a sector? And what about when the RMWB is the one that creates the duplication? Is the nonprofit agency at risk of losing funding because the RMWB decided to create a position or a department or a branch? And so in preparation for tonight, I did review a lot of documentation and emails that we had going around in our sector about duplication. Many of us have acknowledged the need to do better, and we need to stop duplicating. And lots of us have been asking our funders repeatedly to take the lead on this as far back as 2017. And I know Chantal was the executive director at Fuse, and she was at that point prepared to be involved in that process, but needed the funders to lead it because she didn't have the authority. So I just think there would be considerable value in devising a plan moving forward before cutting agencies to address the duplication. And while I support a lot of the changes, without an intentional plan to define and address duplication, the implementation of this policy as a whole could result in a loss of programs and services to the citizens and leave some pretty significant gaps that you all may find yourselves look it's going to be at a much heavier cost than you have by cutting funding to some agencies. So I thank you for your time and you're considering what I've said. I know it's been a long night for y'all, so I really appreciate it. Take care.
Thank you, Lana. Thank you for the excellent points you brought up. Do we have any questions from council for Luana Boussier? Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I just want to make a comment. I want to thank you for your presentation, Luana, and your very valid points. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Boussier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And full disclosure, my sister is much more articulate and smarter than me, so she should be the one sitting here, but she did have some questions for admin, so I don't know who wants to answer those. I think there was 4 or 5 of them.
Yeah, I think we can go right to that as soon as once.
Thank you, Luana. Chantal, you got me back up here. Through the chair to the presenter, I'd first like to address the comments around the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action. This is a discussion that was had significantly at the committee level, and with consensus to your points in terms of program delivery that is intentional, meeting the needs of the community, led by the community and asked for by communities, and not checking a box because it is a mandate of the municipal government for reconciliation. So your points are well taken and were well discussed at that committee, I can assure you. In terms of leading the discussion around duplication of service, you are correct. I have been very heavily in that discussion for many years. The original motion prepared by presented by Councillor Grandison, and again referred to when in my opening comments here this evening, did ask for an analysis of the duplication within the sector as well as for the municipality to the sector. And I'll ask Darren to speak to what research was done on that.
Thank you. Thank you, Chantal. Through the chair to the councillor. So we did have extensive discussion around the issue of duplication and how this committee could best be positioned to provide feedback to incrementally improve on that over time. The process does include steps for the administration team who is pre-qualifying applications to solicit feedback from representatives from other departments to validate and confirm understanding of potential duplication of service, to avoid investment in areas that are already addressed through existing municipal services. While we had extensive discussion on this, it's important to recognize that the role of the committee is to not set the budget for the municipality overall and determine whether other departments and services that we're funding should continue. However, we did discuss the importance of a feedback loop from the administrative and approval committee's review to ensure that feedback can be provided to administration leadership that can inform opportunities in the future to further reduce duplication and leverage opportunities to partner with the social profit sector where it will be the best, most efficient way to achieve certain service delivery goals.
Councilor Bussier?
Yes, through the chair to the presenter, I guess. You mentioned duplication. Is there an example you can provide?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, sorry.
Or Chantal?
No, sorry, to you, to my sister.
Well, okay. Well, I guess I'm just very concerned that we haven't had a fulsome discussion around duplication, and it can sometimes be increasingly problematic when a funder decides themselves whether a service is needed or not. And rarely is duplication about 2 or 3 programs providing the same exact service. So I absolutely agree that we need to do better as a sector, and we need to have the really difficult conversations. This is what we've been saying for a long time in our sector. But to answer you, Lance, do I have to call you Councillor? But it just occurred to me. But to answer you, I was at one point told I was duplicating Golden Years Society. We both work with seniors. That couldn't be further from the truth. They don't provide professional social work services and psychosocial assessments. They provide fellowship to seniors. So if we don't understand, and everybody doesn't have a shared understanding of what duplication truly is, we're not going to, there's agencies that are going to be at risk when they're maybe not duplicating. I want to be clear, I agree we need to do better, but we need our funders to lead this conversation and have subsectors at the table. A great example would be homelessness. You'll have where one allows clients to come home, quote unquote, regardless of whether they've used or not used. Another one will be a dry facility, but you'll see 2 shelters and the belief is that there's a duplication when it's not. And so that's the worry that I have. And it's the small agencies, when you take away a little bit of their funding, you don't just remove a duplication of services, you could remove every other service they provide. And that needs to be taken into account. You cut, say, St. Aidan's, you cut us so much that we end up closing. You've lost more than just one program. You've lost every program. So that needs to come in and that needs to be weighed. These are the conversations that need to be had. But again, we need our funders to lead those conversations. You're the one who holds the purse strings. They're very difficult conversations. This isn't necessarily a popular opinion among all of the sector, but it needs to happen. And there's a lot of us that are very committed to it. And even though Chantal isn't in the sector anymore, she can probably offer a lot of insight into this. And I want to speak for her and say she would joyfully be part of the process, even though she's at Keano now. But so that's the answer to your question, Lance.
Okay. And just to go on the record, I'm okay with Lance because that's an improvement from what you normally call me. So I'm okay. Having through the chair to the presenters in the room, I guess having heard what she just said, just maybe a bit of a rebuttal.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Bussier. and your sister. Duplication was spoken about almost every meeting. And I hear what Luana is saying, because it is really important, because two agencies might serve the same population, like seniors or like youth, but they're providing a different service. And that's something we talked about from the approving committee. So it would not be the intention to come in and say, okay, that organization scored higher, they're already serving that population, this organization isn't going to get any funding. This is going to be a holistic approach to ensure that the community's needs are being met. So the conversation of duplication, and even duplication within the municipality, what's the municipality doing? What are social profits doing? How do we partner so that we're ensuring the dollars spent are giving the community the best possible service? And that comes with partnership with agencies. So if there's an application and we're not sure, and then the approval committee's going, we're not sure about this, we're going to invite the organization in and say, can you talk to us about what you do? It's not going to be administration saying, well, we think they do this, we think they do that. We're going to deal with facts and truth so that we ensure that we're not cutting any organization short, that really the outcomes that are provided are what is needed for the community, and that's how we allocate those funds. Does that help?
I think so. I mean, through the chair to Director Berge. So is it safe to say there are some checks and balances in this program that will maybe address some of Luana's concerns or some of the other agencies?
Through the chair to Councillor Bousselet, Councillor Bousselet, sorry, I'm getting tired. Absolutely, there's some checks and balances in place. The intention with the way the questions are going to be in the system, to way that the scoring is going to happen, is going to clearly define the outcomes of the organization. So if they can't articulate what the outcome is going to be, their score is going to be lower, because they're trying to adjust. We have fund seekers. If there's a new theme that's popular, they'll find a way for their organization to fit that funding. But this is really about what the organization's mandate is and how they support the community. So I believe that this policy is going to allow us to really sit back and look objectively at where the best resources are for the community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bousselet. I have one other question that Luana brought up was the scoring being shared with the agencies. Is there a possibility in our bylaw, and when you create the bylaw, to have that scoring just automatically shared with the agencies so they know where they scored each year and where they can do better the next year?
Through the chair to the chair, absolutely. We could add that to our letter. So the letter comes saying you're successful, you're not successful, here's your scoring piece, and then we're happy to meet with you after that. And we're also happy to meet with organizations right from the beginning.
Perfect, thank you. And I want to thank Luana and Chantel for volunteering to help with that as well. Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to talk about our focus, or one of the reasons why I actually said is about the duplication of services. And it is my hope as well, even though I'm part of the work, that we address this, and also that we address the issue of maybe agencies coming forward with services. We should really ask if those services are needed at all, or so that they now the agencies know that we are working, we are checking now, and I hope that that is what we would achieve by what we are bringing forward, or one of the things that we would achieve. Just to I hope, that supports Ms. Bousselet's point. And you have a comment there?
Yeah, so through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, absolutely, that's the intention. So when the website, if this policy passes, the website's going to go live, and all of the information will be there. So this is the council funding will be based on council-approved documents. So what is council trying to do in their term? The strategic plan's important, other documents that are approved, the public art plan. So all of those will be tied back to how are we doing community investment? It's not just random, it's based on strategies and policies that are in place.
Yes.
And through the chair, further to Director Berge's comments, I would implore council to keep these questions in mind when striking the committee when the bylaw comes back. And as much work and as much engagement's been done, the nonprofit sector will always be the expert on the nonprofit sector, and that representation needs to be on the committee, which is the intent.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lana, and thanks to the presenters for bringing the policy forward. Can I have someone make the motion? Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the Community Investment Program Policy FIN-220 dated July 11th, 2023 be approved, and that administration be directed to bring forward an amendment to the committee's bylaw number 17/024 to authorize the Community Investment Program Advisory Committee to be the grant approving committee for the 2024 budget for the following grant programs: community sustaining grants, community capital grants, community impact grants, and games legacy grants. Thank you.
Can I have someone second that motion? Councilor Ball?
I second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any other further questions of administration? Not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We're going to take a 6-minute break right now. Take us to 11:30. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for joining us, everyone. For council, if there's no objections or concerns following 4.5, we're going to waive the presentations for item 4.6 and 4.7. If there's no objections. That's a capital budget amendment and the strategic plan report. Perfect. Next, we have the 2023 Northside Twin Arena Complex, led by Keith Smith, Director Public Works, Joel Trudell, Senior Manager Transportation Facilities, and Brian Bengard, TBD Architecture and Urban Planning, to present the report, please.
I'll introduce them during my presentation. Yeah. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Keith Smith, and I'm the Director of your Public Works Department. With me tonight is Joel Trudell, Senior Manager of our Transportation and Facilities Branch, and Brian Bengard, who's the Principal Architect with TBD Architectural and Urban Designing. Brian has been instrumental in not only the initial design, but the review of the design to update timelines and figures for this presentation. Also in the gallery, we have Chris Bond, who is the Manager of Facilities. He has been instrumental in getting it to this point. This presentation will include a reintroduction of the original planned Northside Twin Arena project, an overview of current facility utilization, and the updated costs and timeline for the project should it proceed. Tonight, we will review the current status of the project as outlined in this overview. The Northside Recreational Center started as a much larger recreational complex that would support the significant growth trends that were anticipated at the time. With projections shifting to a more modest representation of community growth, the project was reduced in scope to just Twin Arena project, as part of a phased approach and based on community need at that time. The project was placed on hold after the fire as other emerging concerns became the priority of the RMWB. The Twin Arena design would be comparable to facilities currently provided by the RMWB and would be in alignment with the facilities in other Alberta communities and population densities of similar size in Western Canada. This slide includes the main floor plan of the Twin Arena and the key elements of the design which are noted above. The size of the dressing rooms meet the current standard design for arenas in Alberta and provides one gender change room per ice surface. Recent trends in the marketplace indicate that more gender-neutral change rooms and washrooms are often provided, and a quick review of this should be undertaken. This will have minimal impact on the costs or the scheduling of the project. This slide includes the second floor plan of the Twin Arena design. Seating for each ice surface is about 300 people. There is a concession and washrooms on this level for spectators. The seating plan is in alignment with the recreational standards for Alberta arena facilities. The 2015 Indoor Recreational Community Facility Master Plan, which was adopted by Council at the time, provides the foundational principles and standards that have been leveraged in the creation of this report. A number of key principles within the 2015 document, fundamental to the future design making related to expanding arena services within the community, are as following: a baseline target of one arena facility for every 20,000 residents, a baseline target of 20-minute commute time to access an arena facility. This was based upon the average standard for indoor ice facilities across Canada, which is established at one facility per 20,000 residents. It was also noted that this standard was impacted by the size of the community. According to the 2015 study, the development of a second Twin Arena facility should be considered with the long-term plans for the RMWB and should be aligned with the utilization levels within the community and considered of the use at the Anzac Recreational Facility. This is an important note, as the Anzac Recreational Facility does not achieve the desired 20-minute commute standard. As such, although Anzac may provide a short-term alternative for immediate ice user needs and given the commute distance, it should not be considered as a long-term or sustainable plan. It is for this reason the 2015 study recommends the advancement of the Twin Arena facility north of the bridge. The table above provides an overview of the total utilization for the Fort McMurray-based full-size arena facilities. This table includes a summary of prime time and non-prime time use for times when the ice is available within the facilities. Although growth potential exists, the performance of these facilities in line with industry standards. This table does not include facilities that do not have available in a given month and purposely excludes arenas outside the 20-minute commute standard. The availability of ice accessibility is an important consideration for determination of additional facility needs. When evaluating ice availability, the average age of the participant needs to be considered. A community such as Wood Buffalo with a relatively low average age suggests that the availability of ice in prime time should be at high demand. The analysis clearly shows that the ice availability during prime time periods of Francoquois, CNRL 1 and CNRL 2 is often limited. It is additionally noted that a similar experience was communicated from the operational team at Center Fireplace. Analysis of the Fort McMurray-based full-size arena facilities suggests that primetime ice is performing above industry standards, while non-primetime is within industry standards. From September to April, utilization across all Fort McMurray-based facilities offers limited growth potential for primetime ice. The limited opportunity for ice availability during primetime hours suggests that ice user groups will be restrained in growth, participation will be limited, and the ability to meet future needs of the community will not be achievable. Status of current assets. First, I'll look at Frank-Lacroix. Frank-Lacroix had a recent facility assessment completed. The assessment is inclusive of conditioning indexing, major asset condition assessment, and budgetary 5-year renewal costing. Frank-Lacroix Arena is in fair condition with anticipated capital costs of $2.6 million over the next 5 years for major maintenance. This will be divided just over $500,000 per annum in capital investment over the next 5 years. The largest expenditure is the ice plant, which is forecasted to be done in 2029 at approximately $2 million based upon current costs and expected inflation. With the most recent assessment, all major structural components such as foundation and envelope systems are in fair condition and are not due to be reassessed until 2048. However, annual maintenance activities can identify and trigger the need for earlier reassessments. As the RMWB has provided a proactive maintenance program, the lifespan of buildings have been maintained to extend useful life through proactive maintenance measures and continued assessments. Center Fireplace recently had a facility assessment completed. Center Fire Arena receiving a good condition report with an anticipated capital cost of $2.5 million over the next 5 years for major maintenance repair. With no major component replacements expected, as most systems has been updated at that time. The facility will require just over $500,000 per annum each in the capital investment over the next 5 years for major systems. With the most recent assessment, all major structural components such as foundations and envelope systems are in good serviceable condition, and the review of these major components are not scheduled to be done until 2025 or 2051 or earlier if need identified through annual maintenance. The design of the Twin Arena is substantially complete, but will need to be reviewed for compliance with current National Energy Code, which has seen 2 updates since this project was shelved, as well as a review and update of accessibility and inclusion standards. And after these reviews, the projects could be ready to tender. It's important to note that the original 2015 was done so at gold LEED standards, which is no longer the standard of the municipality, and that will have to be decoupled from the design as well. The schedule shows continuing with the drawings and design that has been completed to date. The project could go into construction in 2024 if the project continues with the current design and drawings. This schedule shows continuing with the drawings and design that has been completed to date. This schedule takes into account risk, real-world realities, trade agreements, and internal processes, and what we found with the construction industry. Every effort will be taken to reduce time with no sacrifice to quality. Over the next 2 slides, we illustrate the cost per square foot of the 3 most recent tendered arenas in the province and the cost to build a similar facility in Fort McMurray with regional escalations estimated. So we look at Lloydminster and Spruce Grove. From this, an opinion of the probable cost was estimated at $547 per square foot. The does not include unforeseen site conditions during construction. Soft costs, which are things like consultant fees and expenses, are not included in the above and will be shown in later slides. A breakdown of the capital construction costs is shown on the next slide. In the interest of full consideration, if the project starts over, the construction budget will increase by approximately $11.2 million. The fees and expenses could increase by $1.99 million, and 2 years will be added to the timeline. That's if we start from scratch. Proceeding with existing drawings and making updates represents an overall savings to the project of approximately $13.2 million and 2 years' time to open the facility. Proceeding with continuing with the original design will have a project cost including hard and soft costs at $46.7 million. Costs are approximate and may not total full amount. As project is defined, costs could fluctuate up or down. This chart outlines the anticipated cost to operate a new twin arena, as well as the forecasted increased grant funding that existing arena operators will require due to ice rental switching from other arenas to the new twin arena complex. Ice rental movement is only a forecast. It is dependent on the overall number of users and changes in demand for ice services. So the total cost of ownership per annum is $2.8 million. Thank you, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Keith. Do we have any questions for the presenters? Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. Thanks for the presentation. Really appreciate it. Been waiting for this for, well, quite some time. I guess my question is about timeline. The original motion, we hoped that we'd be breaking ground this fall. That's obviously not the case as we sit here today. But 8 months to 2 months to procure our architect, I assume that's what that was, 6 months to do the drawing review and whatnot. Can we maybe get a realistic timeline on that? Architect's sitting right there. And I don't know that it takes 2 months to get him. He's sitting right beside you.
Through the chair, Councillor Ball, you're absolutely correct. There is ways that we can shave time off of this. For example, the procurement process up to 2 months. Internally, we can make a recommendation to sole source this, and this would have to go through a process. However, I don't want to sit in front of you, find 11 people and say, okay, we're going to do this, and tomorrow I can't do it. So this is a more realistic, conservative. However, if we can deliver it earlier than what's suggested here, we will do so.
I'm not very conservative, so, okay, thank you.
I don't want to under promise and over deliver.
That's all I got, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. In that report, what's the life expectancy of Frank Lacroix? How are we doing for a life term of that arena?
Through the chair to Councillor, or through the chair to Mayor Bowman, at this point in time, that building's in fantastic shape. We should be able to get another 40 to 50 years if it's maintained at that level.
Oh, great to hear. Thank you. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, sir. A very fine presentation, like always. I just want to ask that instead of twin arena, single arena can also be made, and the utility can be met. I mean, according to the population, I don't think so. Mac Island is overburdened or very busy. We are making it because people want it in the north, and the additional facility is always good. But the same can be done by, I took a feedback from the people. Some of the people said that some money can be saved even in making a single one. What do you have to say about it?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, that was definitely looked at. However, the design as it sits right now is currently set for twin. When we do the twin arenas, there's so many synergies that can be found and economies of scale. The amount that could be saved is minimal compared to what could be built. So what we're seeing from our ICE users is that utilization is going up and up and up, and we're turning away users after users after users. There's more and more groups here. So really, the fraction of the cost to reduce it to singularity of an ICE arena will not be beneficial overall. There's so many synergies by doing twin.
Okay, fine.
If we go singularity, we might delay it by another year because it would have to be redesigned, totally redesigned.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Is the twin projects approved?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, they were deferred. They were never canceled by They were never canceled by council. However, they were decommitted the funds. So this would be giving some more fuel to this process. No, they were never canceled, but they would need to be approved again in order to get the funds.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Cardinal. Any other questions for presenters? Not seeing any, so thank you very much, gentlemen. Do we have any delegates for the item?
We have no registered delegates for the item.
Thank you. Can I have someone make the motion? Councilor Ball?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm going to revise the motion. I move that funding in the amount of $50 million be allocated from the Capital Infrastructure Reserve for a new capital project entitled Northside Twin Arena to be located in Abraham Land Subdivision with a project cash flow as follows: $1.5 million for 2023, $20 million in 2024, and $28.5 million in 2025. The project is to be inclusive of consulting services for design revisions, construction management, and all construction costs to build a new twin arena.
Thank you, Councilor Ball. Can I have a seconder? Councilor Cardinal?
Don't mind me, I spilled my stuff. I second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any other further questions from Council for Administration or debate points? Not seeing any. Call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? That's carried with one opposed. Thank you. Next, we have the capital budget amendments. Do we have any delegates to that item?
We have no delegates. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have someone make the motion? Councilor Cardinal?
I thought we were deferring these till next.
No, we deferred the presentation. Still have to make the motion.
Oh.
Councilor Stroud?
I move that the 2023 capital budget amendment as summarized on attachment 1, brackets 2023 capital budget amendment, project cancellation dated July 11th, 2023 in brackets be approved, and that the revised cash flow of capital projects as summarized on attachment 2 in brackets 2023 capital budget amendment, project cancellation, project cash flow summary dated July 11th, 2023 in brackets be approved.
Thank you. Can I have someone second that motion? Councilor Weigel?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. The 2023 Q2 progress report, Council Strategic Plan 2022-2025. Can I have someone make the motion? Sorry, do we have any delegates for that item?
We have no delegates for that item. Thanks.
Super. Can I have someone make the motion? Councilor Cardinal?
Oh, no. I'm sorry.
Okay. Can I have someone make that motion? Councilor Weigel?
I move that the 2023 Q2 Progress Report, Council Strategic Plan 2022 to 2025 be accepted as information.
Thank you, Councilor Weigel. Can someone second that motion? Councilor Ball?
I second that motion.
Thank you. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next, moving on to non-permitted signage and content, Councilor McGrath. So moving on to item number 5.1, Councilor's motion. I'll ask Councilor McGrath if he can read that motion. Do you have that with you, Councilor McGrath? I think you're on mute.
Don't write on me.
I can read the motion out if you like. I can read the motion if you like. Okay. As per Councilor McGrath's motion, I move the administration review the current sign provisions under the land use bylaw and bring forward a bylaw or bylaw amendments that addresses the compliance issues such as a third-party advertising and content, as well as grandfathers all non-permitted signage that has been physically present in the municipality on or before June 27th, 2023. Can I have someone second that motion? Councilor Weigel? Oh, sorry. Can I have someone second that motion? Councilor Cardinal?
I second the motion.
Thank you. So Councilor McGrath, if you'd like to speak to that motion?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair to my colleagues. I just thought that, you know, to support business, we give out grants, and I guess we govern, we make policy procedures. And as of late, these signs have been a sore spot for a lot of people. But I guess when you talk to the business community, they have commitments outside of and had, you know, upon reflection, living in the community for almost 40 years. Some of these signs have been, what people are talking about, been there for 15, 16 years. So I want to support the business community, the nonprofits that benefit from the advertising. And I'd say that if we, you know, if we fell behind in enforcement, we shouldn't be picking on the businesses. Some of these, as I say, some of these signs have been there for a couple of decades. So the intent of the motion would be to keep what we have, but as we go forward, put some rigor in our development permits and also in our enforcement. And other than that, it's not a slight to anybody. I just think that we need to support the businesses that have had advertising in our community, whether it was by virtue or by a handshake. I just know that go back and try to repeal and take people's signs down and be there for decades. I don't think it's fair to people, because we failed to enforce our own policies and procedures. So that's the intent of the motion, to keep peace in the valley. And as we go forward, learn from that and enforce, make some new bylaws and procedures that have some vigor.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. And just for clarity for council and for record keeping, I did read the motion, but that motion is Councilor McGrath's motion. Do we have any questions for Councilor McGrath? Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. After rereading the motion, I'd like to excuse myself due to pecuniary interest.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any delegates to this item?
We have one registered delegate, Mayor Bowman.
Robbie Picard. If you could just state your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to speak, and then please remain seated for questions, please. I want to hit the.
I'm Robbie Picard. I support this motion, but I also want to say that I represent a lot of small businesses. I do marketing for multiple businesses, and one thing that makes me sad is the lack of attention to small businesses. I know Colin Hartigan wanted to have a sign on his building, and he was denied. I know lots of other people want to have signs. It is really hard to do business in this municipality. You're competing with Edmonton, you're competing with Calgary, you're competing with Amazon. And if a business can find a way to trick a little bit of cash coming in, like Mikey does at the Petro Canada with all their signs and a lot of others, I think we should encourage it, and I think we should encourage more signs. It is hard to advertise, it's hard to do business, and small businesses cannot get a sustaining grant. They can't come to if they come like a nonprofit can. It's a dogfight, and anything the small business can do to make a little bit of extra money to help other businesses, I think we should encourage. And I think we need to take more of an approach supporting small businesses. I was at Home Hardware when this came to my attention. I was talking to Robbie Rice about something else, and then Bylaw came in and they were going to make him take one of his signs down. That sign provides Home Hardware with a little bit of income, which helps them donate money to golf tournaments and help the community. If we're going to be pro-business, we need to be pro-business. We need to actually support small business. And sometimes I find that we talk a big talk about it, but in reality, we don't necessarily support small business. So I would really encourage more signs and let, not on residential. Residential, I think that's different. But if you have a business and you have property, you should be able to rent it out and advertise and create income for your business. Because, there's a lot of small businesses struggling, and I don't think it's a fair system if they can't do what they can on their property. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Robbie, and your advice on what small business in the community. Do we have any questions for the presenter? Councilor Bousquet?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, through the chair to Mr. Picard. You and I have had some discussions, Robbie, I guess, surrounding signs, and so I guess what's your take on how many, where they can put them? Like, are you just allowing every business to put them all over their roofs and sidewalks? And
So after we had that discussion, I went around looking and I didn't see a whole ton of signs other than businesses that have pretty tasteful signs. It's a matter of opinion. Some of them are pretty cool. They have flower pots around them. Residential, I think that's different. I don't think residential is a bit different, but if you have a property and you're trying to make your bills and pay your taxes and you're trying to pivot and adapt, you got to do what you got to do to survive. And small businesses can't come to the city for a sustaining grant. They have to make their money and they have to figure out how to do it. And this is one of the hardest places to do business. Look at how many empty airport hangars are at the airport right now. There's so many empty ones. So some of them are having to pivot and do something different to pay their bills. It's no different than small business. And we should encourage small businesses to support. I mean, I try to do 90%, like other than going to Winners, I don't even buy stuff at Costco because I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't support local business. I even buy my groceries here. But a lot of people, they use Amazon. They go to Edmonton. They spend all this type of money. This provides, if you want a realtor and you're at the gas station, you look up and you see Christy Stonehouse's sign, you call her, that's some business. It's business for her. If 2 or 3 people can be employed from the money that, say, Petro-Canada is generating from their signs, good. Like, we need to encourage business. And I think that is something that our tax base mostly comes from industry. And we have to be honest about that. And I think small business always gets forgot. And it's not so much by the words, it's by the actions. We need business. If we want our community to be viable in a place that people want to live so we can prevent fly in, fly out and all those things, we need to encourage business. And business is quick. It's not slow like council where it takes all this process. You make a decision now and it can make or break you. So to answer your question, no swears, no nudity, but then do whatever you want with your private property for signs. That's my take.
So just as many as you want, anywhere you want, just it's a free-for-all.
I think, yeah. I mean, it's a matter of, so far what I've seen in town, it looks pretty tasteful. I looked everywhere. I couldn't find one offensive sign anywhere, But I mean, I do know that I think our priorities are off sometimes. Like, I really do. I mean, like, there's so much crime going on. There's so much problems going on in the city right now. Vandalism, theft, encampments of people. That should be the focus on how to make this community a better place to live, not if a business has 4 or 5 signs. It baffles my mind what we prioritize in this town sometimes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bussier. Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for your presentation, Robbie. I was just wondering, do you believe that within the grandfathering that the signs that are out right now will be grandfathered in, whereas the ones after June 27th they'll have to pay for?
I think that if there was a new bylaw, I think it should be far more open. My understanding is that some of the bylaw, they're breaking the bylaw right now. I think they should review it, and I think they should review all signs. Like Colin Hartigan, for example, was denied his sign. He spent a small fortune on the building of Coldwell Banker. He's got a perfect location for a sign. If he put all differences aside, why can't he advertise on that? Why can't he put up a digital billboard? He's investing in the community. There's all this talk all the time about Costco and all these people, big Walmart. What about people like Robbie Rice? What about Colin Hartigan? People who have been invested, millions of dollars traditionally in our community all the time. Shouldn't they be able to find new ways of income? So I think the sign bylaw, come up with something fair that makes sense. But if so far from what I've seen, I haven't seen horrible signs anywhere. And I looked before I made my presentation tonight. So I would say basic guidelines that make sense, that allows business to do business. Most cities, like, when I was working on this red tape reduction, I've been meeting with lots and lots of businesses, and so they've made a lot of progress in a lot of ways. But a lot of businesses that I talk to that have invested in our community still to this day say this is the hardest place to do business. One car dealership, they have dealerships everywhere, so this was hard. We need to change that. Advertising is a low-hanging fruit that could help local business grow.
So from what I can understand, you don't even want grandfathering in. You want everyone to have free signage within their businesses.
I think grandfather what's there, don't mess with what's there, but then encourage more businesses to advertise, especially when they're local and trying to survive.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stroud.
Was that my mic drop?
Do you have any other questions from council for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Robbie.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions of council for administration or for any other questions of council followed by debate points? Councilor Bussier?
Yeah, I just have a question for legal regarding grandfathering. Chris or Mr. Davis, my understanding of grandfathering would be thank you. My understanding of grandfathering would be if it was legal and conforming and then a land use bylaw came in and changed it, that would be grandfathering. Is grandfathering permissible when it's illegal and non-conforming to begin with?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussiers, through an amendment to the land use bylaw, council can first of all, your question's correct. If it's illegal to begin with, it's still illegal if you change once you change the bylaw. Every time you make changes, you either have to respond directly to the illegality or it will stay illegal despite what you do with the bylaw. Simplistically, we had a new land use bylaw before this council 2 years ago. It had many sign changes, very progressive sign changes included in it. It still remains ready to go, subject to public engagement. And I think administration's ready to respond to this motion by providing information at the next council hearing that will fill you in on this. There will be some clear challenges, and I think what you've touched on through the chair, Councillor Bussiers, is that sometimes if you try to fix something by grandfathering, you create unintended consequences. Like if you say everything is okay after the 27th, or it's grandfathered up to the 27th, it's okay as that condition that it was in, you're freezing in effect the conditions of the time. So unintended consequence, maybe I have a sign that isn't working and I want to replace it, but that's what it looks like. I won't be able to fix that because that's now frozen. So that's the danger. And I'm sure it's something that will come back to council with a report on. And I think with some good recommendations and suggestions, but it's not an easy fix because some of the difficulties are actually the zoning. So if I have a district that doesn't allow any type of signage or restrict signage, that will be a challenge because not only do you have to change the characteristics, but now I have to go through and do zoning amendments. So it really is part of the fundamental issues behind the proposed new land use bylaw. So there's a taster for council.
Okay. Just because Councillor McGrath had grandfathering, so I just wanted to clarify that you can't grandfather something that was non-conforming or illegal.
Thank you, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the presentation, Robbie. And I guess my concern would be, at this point, is any kind of sign just going to be able to be put up? I know that, Robbie made the comment of, the signs not being, having any swearing words or any nudity or anything in there. A careful look needs to be really looked at this because we can't just have any signs that says FU or all those other stuff be put in properties.
Just for clarity, Councillor Cardinal, we're not debating or Robbie's presentation.
Sorry.
This is Councillor McGrath's motion.
Oh, sorry.
Do you have any other questions for Councillor McGrath or administration or debate points? Councillor McGrath, do you have any closing comments?
Yes, certainly. I guess through the chair, a respectable. I wouldn't say that I was initiating after June 28th a hemisphere where you can hang a sign wherever you like, or on a roof, or on the floor, or on a sidewalk. I just believe that being fair to residents that have provided kids with hockey and bowling and everything else. Some of them revenues are derived from signage, promotion of their businesses and other people's businesses. And the signs I'm referring to became a hot point and overtook some other priorities. So I figured that you can call it grandfathering, but accept the fact that we have a small knitted community that have respectable signs there for decades. And it's up to council to create the policies and procedures and set out the bylaws. So hopefully when for now I'm asking my colleagues to accept the signage that's within the region from Fort Fitzgerald to Conklin. And as you go down 881, there's lots of signs, billboards that indicate people servicing, with the indigenous communities. So I'd hate to see all of that being policed. What I'd like to see going forward is some rigor in a policy and a bylaw that we create that actually prevents signs from roofs and sidewalks and everything else. Because right now I think we just accept the fact that I don't see any gross text signs. I know we have about 10 or 12 alongside of the east side of Highway 63 up top, and we man all 12 of them. But I think that somewhere down the road, as we create a new bylaw, we'll capture the pack going forward. But I don't think that we should just wrap a blanket around and take the things down that have been up for decades that we've been driving by and privy to and supporting. So that's where I came from, and certainly not disrespectful of our community. Wouldn't turn it into a free-for-all. That's not my intention.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. And just to remind council, what we're voting on is for administration to come back with a bylaw for us to debate at that time. We're not voting on the actual bylaw right now. We're just voting on administration to come back with something for us to debate later on. So that'll call for a vote. Or sorry, Councilor, no. So that'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to number 5.1, Councilor's motion. I'll ask Councilor Dogar to read out his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the motion. I move that administration review and bring forward a 2023 capital budget amendment on the potential roadway improvement such as double exit lanes to reduce traffic delay and congestion of existing vehicles from Ibrahim Place to Ibrahim Drive.
Can someone second that motion? Councilor Cardinal?
Thank you, Dogar, for the motion. I second it.
Thank you. Councilor Dogar, would you like to speak to that motion?
Thank you, sir. Muslim communities, mosque, like the church, we call it mosque. There are about in this community, it's a great community of about 5,000 adults, and about 2,000 spots are there for praying, for service. And whenever the service finishes, it finishes at once. So all cars, once they come out, it is a overcrowded congestion. And people have to wait 30 to 45 minutes wait there. So that is to avoid that, to save that, I'm recommending it, the motion. It is about 100 meters, not more. Space is already there. Already gravel is there. Only it needs asphalt for paving. Not much of expenses, but that will help the community a lot. This community is involved in the community events like food fundraising, and also in different, my president was here, but he had to go for work. Otherwise, he would give presentation in the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Councilor McGrath, you have a question or comment?
Certainly speak in support of the motion, especially, with the twin rings coming on. And I'm sure that engineering be looking at probably another out out of there. In fact, I believe at one point there was going to be an egress road at a Wood Buffalo that kind of connect that way. So certainly support the motion put in hand, the velocity of traffic that's going to be coming, especially now with the twin rinks. I certainly support the motion as sits. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Do you have any other questions or comments from council? Do you have any delegates for the item? Sorry, Councilor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I also would be supporting the motion, but I don't believe this will be significant change to budget. So, given the size and the length of the road that we want to widen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Banjoko. Councilor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'd like to ask a question of administration.
Yep.
Has a traffic assessment been done in this area?
Through the chair to Councilor Stroud, it's currently in progress.
Thank you.
Councilor Dogger.
Thank you, madam. I want to reply this. This road is already used by municipality also. There is a another plant there for recycling. But that is not rush. The rush is of only once Ibrahim land would be twin antenna would be arena will be made that in that corner, and once it is only rush is of problem is of only those who get out of the service. Thank you.
Like assessment though prior to putting this through the budget. Thank you.
Director Smith, when will that traffic assessment be completed?
Through the chair to Mayor Bowman, I'm thinking maybe within the next week we'll be able to summarize the report.
Excellent, thank you. And when we're looking at the Twin Arena, going into that area, we'll be looking at adjusting the traffic flow as well at that time?
Through the chair to Mayor Bowman, what we will get our traffic technician to do is to determine what can be done in the temporary or in the meantime, and also what can be done once that arena is built. So we'll look at both. However, we'll probably come forward with the temporary fix or the temporary measures this budget season and more permanent later on down the road. Okay, perfect. I just didn't want to put the cart in front of the horse if we're already doing construction in that area. That would be, thank you. Councilor Ball?
I don't really have a question, just more of a comment. The land was developed by the Development Corporation, all the individuals that were party to the different properties. The traffic impact assessment would have been done at the time of development, knowing what was being developed on the properties, and the North Side Rec Center was significantly larger than what would be a twin arena. So the roads should be developed to an engineering standard that will accommodate those types of traffic at this point already. If they slipped a little bit on one of the developments, I think you need to talk to the person developing that land to see what they're going to contribute to making the change, not just a municipal cost. Maybe they only were going to have 1,000 attendees and now they have 3,000. That's not typically our cost. So it might be a cost sharing adventure that we need to look into as well.
Good points, Councillor Ball. And I believe looking at the entrance and exit, it's built to the same standards as Mac Island. Are there any other questions or comments for Councillor Dogar or for administration? Not seeing any. So I also want to thank Councillor Dogar for bringing this motion forward. I've been in the mosque. I know how busy it is. People trying to get out of there and get in there in the daytime. So thanks for bringing this motion forward. I'll call for, do we have any delegates this item?
There's no registered delegates. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dogar, do you have any closing comments? At the light.
A very appropriate discussion, very appropriate direction to get from administration point of view, and then we decide.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? Not seeing any. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Councilman Joko, you had something you wanted to add?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you all for giving me the opportunity to clarify things. So today I'm putting on hold or putting in park the initial motion that I planned to bring forward about fly out in our region. So today we will not be going, I will not be going forward with that. But we would continue to look at the impact of fly out of workers and how it impacts our economy, the businesses, and the concern of most residents in this region. The interests of our residents and citizens are paramount always. Putting this motion on hold does not mean this concern has changed or that we have given in. However, reliably informed by Mayor Bowman that some of the key players in this space, in the industry, will be coming forward to engage us and through Mayor, and they will be coming forward with the statistics that demonstrate reduction of camp workers in the region. Once we receive this, then we can review and see if they truly demonstrate commitment by industry. Earlier on, I want to have acknowledged that BILD Wood Buffalo, they were here to support this motion, and so many, or the withdrawal of motion, and so many people in the community have been anxious about this. So I appreciate Mayor Bowman for engaging with the representatives that came forward from industry, and then we look forward to some positive information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Joko. And as this is our last regular meeting for the summer, I'll definitely keep in mind, keep engaging with industry. As our work isn't completed, we'll keep going through the summer. But this is our last regular meeting. Councillor Cardinal, you would...
Motion to adjourn. Thanks.
Yeah, I'll get there. Thanks. So everyone, this is our last regular meeting of the year, 6.5-hour meeting. Good way to end the year. As I just said, our work isn't completed, but we'll keep working over the summer. So thank you everyone for attending tonight. That closes the business of this evening. Now the meeting is adjourned. Thanks, Councillor Cardinal.